At the moment, it's quiet. There we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
Greetings and welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for December 15th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Korick, and along with each and every one of the participants, as this is a roundtable discussion. So everyone has a microphone, everyone is equal at this meeting, and you're all encouraged to share your understanding, your thoughts, or any exceptions. If you take any exceptions, there's no problem. I think we're well seasoned for all of it. We'll cover the 568, a little bit of that. I see we have a special guest here today, Mosvek from Bengali. So hopefully he'll open his mic, as he's quite friendly and is a beautiful knowledge seeker to have on board, as he always adds to the knowledge. But before we discuss the 568, what Mr. Keshe is working on, direction of the foundation, all the upheaval in the world, let's start as we normally do with, again, reaffirming our ethos or our dedication in so many ways to world peace. It's a very simple document, something that the world leaders will be signing, the religious leaders will be signing. And again, it won't be a 50-page document or a 100-page document. It'll just be this simple one page as they pledge their nations to peace in exchange for advanced space technology. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Again, there's no big or hard words in here. And as we say, you can find this document on the Keshe Foundation website, but it's mainly between you and your soul. It's up to you to, in a way, elevate yourself and bring that peace or calmness or whatever you need. They talk about lesser struggles and greater struggles, or lesser efforts and greater efforts. And I think the greater effort is to find peace within yourself. And then it seems like the world does become more peaceful. The same way as if you think good and speak good and act good, that also has a way of, you start to see the world in a little bit different way, maybe perhaps even more enlightened. But as we say, this knowledge is all about your investigation and your understanding it for yourself. And of course, the reason for that is you don't need any intermediaries here or anywhere across the universe. So we're becoming this last man standing or last woman standing. Maybe we'll hear a small testimonial from one of the last women standing after I read this document. So anyone would like to read it? If not, I will. It's a very simple document, and as I said, it's much more profound than the couple of paragraphs that we have here. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, signature, and position held, and again, have it witnessed. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And this, of course, seems so far away from where we are now on this planet, but I think we're much, much closer than we've ever been to achieving the world peace. And of course, that's not the end all. It's only another step in our evolution and our interaction, I think, with the universal community. But before we turn over the advanced technology, I think the Keshe Foundation is looking for the nations to pledge themselves to peace. I think it's a much better option than pledging yourself to destruction and killing and war. And that has been the what's been taking place on this planet, as we like to say, in the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars. Some of them big, some of them small, but it just never seems to get over. Even if we put people in jail or expose them, and that's not the method of the Keshe Foundation, but it doesn't seem to ever end. We're too connected to the matter state and thinking, I think, that this is the end all and be all of everything. But as we know, the matter state is a very small percentage of the universe as a whole. And we're starting to learn this new energy dimension, which we're becoming a bit familiar with, although we haven't mastered it completely. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's the merging of the matter state and the energy state together, and then man will have a very beautiful life. But of course, peace is preeminent. This is what Mr. Keshe is ruthlessly working for, and I think he's actually used those words in the past. He is determined to bring that, and of course, this is the mission of an international teacher, as they say, and this is not something he hasn't done before. And of course, our world is sort of just waking up to what's happening in the background, but we're going to see more and more. To me, it appears the stars or the plasmas are coming together in a very beautiful way. Trump being familiar with Keshe, Musk obviously being familiar with Keshe. We're entering into the X platform. We're seeing these revolutionary computer chips with emotion and a brain cell to facilitate all automation, and of course, rare earth materials and other things that are needed for these chips and for the new space program is part of the bargaining tool, or the tip, as Mr. Keshe likes to say, technology in exchange for peace. So I think we're well on the road to it. And I thought we'd spend some time today on using our best tool, our best weapon, if you want to call it, for peace, if peace can have a weapon, or our best tool. And this is the using your energies to bring about that change and see it manifest in the matter state. As we've heard from Mr. Keshe, we have a window of opportunity of maybe 4 or 5 months to bring the change. So I don't think you'll be meeting with the president or Elon Musk or anything, but you do have that mother connection through the soul of the man, because it's all built on the creator. So we have that mother connection. And I would encourage everyone to use that to support the administration. I think Mr. Keshe mentioned this in the workshop, that they're going to need a lot of support because there's a lot of people with a lot of money trying to get the ear of certain powerful individuals that they would continue on the path because we're doing so well and we're making so much money and we're doing a lot of killing, even though we don't really look at that. I think they're trying to get the ear of someone who's voiced his desire to see peace on this planet. And I know we saw the same thing rolled out in Romania, where they canceled the election. As soon as the official candidate, I guess from the current administration in Romania, was saying, we need war with Russia, we need to prepare, we have to prepare for war, there's going to be war. And this other candidate came in and he said, no, we shouldn't be talking about war. We should be talking about we need peace with Russia. And this is where all the commotion started within that country, and resulting in the canceling of elections. But the man is determined, and peace is the path he wants to take. And hopefully the rest of the world will use that example. So these governments need a lot of support as they're changing direction in the path away from killing and destruction to peace and elevation. So this is what I think we need to do, and we'll spend a little bit of time on that, especially some minutes in the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where Mr. Keshe taught a bit on learning to pray through your soul. And then, of course, before that, I think we should play what Mr. Keshe said about the this nightmare going on in Gaza, which is about 22 minutes. But again, you take from this knowledge what your intellect allows. And the other caveat to that is, no soul has a corner on intellect or knowledge. Would anyone like to say anything at this point? Okay, perhaps we'll go to the announcements. What you saw in the beginning was a wellness center. And of course, Mr. Keshe said that he's continuing to develop products, and the latest one was a new one that we were hearing about with this declusterization, inertiaizing, I guess maybe that's a new word, or what else did he say? Declusterize, de-energize, and de-inertize these potential lumps or formations within the body. And I would imagine you'll be interacting with what we saw in the beginning was this wellness center that it's in the reach of every man if you have a headphone and you have a telephone, that you can connect into these centers and in a way be processed remotely. This is what he's showing. This is the hospital of the future with no patients. Of course, the patients will be in their home or in their car or traveling or wherever. That's one of the beauties about this system as well, that you aren't relegated to go to the same facility. So you're free to travel, you're free to move, and you just make your appointment, whether you're here or in Boston or in Russia. It doesn't matter, as we've understood from the video on keeping the Keshe Foundation free, where we can change salinities from 10,000 kilometers away and longer. So this is quite a revolutionary system. If we just take a look at the store for a moment, before we go there, let's see the Keshe Foundation store. And of course, this is the Christmas bundle. There's many products in the store, but I just wanted to highlight that this Christmas bundle is the specials that are being offered by the Keshe Foundation. And apparently today is the, let me make sure I'm sharing this. Today is the last day of the sale. So if you can, get your orders in. And there's many, many products, and there'll be many, many more products coming into the store, but this is what's on special. I think they would make great gifts for anyone. I'm actually going to pick up on the Nutra veggies and fruities and herbs and the rest of this to try and increase my feeding myself without eating. And again, it's a two sides. It's not only stopping of the eating, it's absorbing more of the fields of the universe, or the energies or plasmas of the universe. But again, it's not so much about feeding, because you're going to feed off of something, but it's more about reducing the killing, which seems to be part and ingrained deeply within our nature. I always thought of killing as being another man or another person in a war or whatever, defending yourself. But we understand now through the teachings that there's actually quite a large war going on with the vertical people on this planet, as well as the horizontal people on this planet. And I never understood that when I heard, for example, in parts of the world where they have a cow and it's sacred and it gets to stop traffic, but yet many people are hungry and they're not eating the cow. Perhaps they, again, I don't know all the reasons for that, but the idea of respecting all life is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And of course, we know the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces, not only here on this planet, but across the universe. So the idea is to feed the way the Creator feeds, move away from the killing. We don't have to chew our energy. We can actually absorb our energies. And this is part of the whole process of becoming a man of the universe, where we don't take other entities. Stronger does not eat the weaker. Actually, in the universe, the stronger elevates the weaker. But of course, we're used to the saying here on this planet, big fish eats little fish. I think we all realize that. Or the bigger corporation eats and or consumes or brings into its structure the smaller corporation. Doesn't always work that way, but many times. So just to take advantage of the products in the store, of course, last week's product, I think, was the interactive GANs, which that is also, I believe, offered now. And that's, of course, for any sort of high energy events. And we know what high energy means. And to absorb those high energies, that it wouldn't adversely affect the structure, your environment, your food, your body, or your surroundings. Let's see if we can just see that. Yes, it's right here. It's called Keshe GANs Interactive. Now, as Mr. Keshe said, you can take any of the GANs you have at your home. He said, do not use aluminum and do not use lead to absorb any high energy event. And hopefully we do not have a high energy event. This is what we're praying for, that we can work things out without the conflagration and losing 100 million people in a day on or 50 million on each side, and then blow off some steam and we go back to normal, but we don't even want that to happen because that would be quite devastating. So this is one of the products, but what he talked about again in this last workshop, and there's many products in here for migraine and for all sorts of issues, even with the menopause type of situation. As I said, migraine headaches, if you're having trouble sleeping, you need detachment from addiction. These are all products. These are products certified and made by the Keshe Foundation. And as we see, when you're messing with or playing with a human structure, if you don't know what you're doing, that half a doctor comes into play, where a half a doctor is a threat to life. And we've seen this recently with one of the knowledge seekers, I think, in Romania as well, making systems, attaching himself to the Keshe Foundation and trying to market things that haven't been certified by Keshe. And I don't think we fully understand the knowledge to be able to treat others in so many ways, especially for multiple deep conditions that usually are emotionally connected to me. So please take advantage of what's happening in the store. This is one of the ways to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And of course, participating in the transmutation test is another one. We have the, let's see, this is the Iran flight conference. I'm just looking for, yes, there's another transmutation test coming up on Friday, nutrition and wellness. Mr. Keshe has been talking about plastics in the adverse interaction within our own structure. Even though the body thinks it's energy, it's storing it in the wrong places, affecting hormones, emotions, environment, perhaps even other longer term things. And apparently we're in a huge sea of plastics, which in a way I always thought plastics and the body got along quite well. I guess they do. The body wants to keep it and hold on to it and deposit it for another point in time where it thinks it can use that energy. But apparently that CH bond is in the certain plastics, and most plastics, I would say, is probably not a wise decision. And it was funny, I went to one of the, I think it's called Bass Pro Shop yesterday, and I just thought I'd go in and look for some cotton underwear, cotton socks, cotton blanket, perhaps 100%. I couldn't find anything. I think I found one shirt that was 100% supposedly cotton, and I found some bed sheets that were 100% cotton. But everything else was the lycra, the nylon, the polyester, all plastics, which Mr. Keshe spoke extensively on the plastics. It's just everywhere. So I think once people start taking advantage of what's in there, and let's see if we can go back to the plastic product, which
I have a comment on the cotton stuff.
go right ahead.
And maybe this can be resolved with Keshe technology also. A lot of it is saturated with pesticides.
I would have to agree.
When I buy cotton, I make sure I only buy organic.
I saw that on a label. Actually, I went on Amazon and I saw, I think it was another store somewhere where they said organically sourced or something like that.
Yeah. Unless we can get rid of the toxins in the cotton somehow energetically. That may very well be possible. But
Yes,
for the moment,
yes,
for the moment, I only buy organic.
okay. Yeah,
And also low colors like white, beige, all that kind of stuff is much better than something like blue, because they have all those coal tar kinds of dyes.
Yep. I mean, it's just everywhere in the ketchup. I don't know what color the ketchup will be after they ban the red dye.
I think it might be natural red dye.
Oh, is it? I thought they were using one of the heavier coal tar based colors.
Ketchup?
Ketchup, yeah.
Ketchup should be tomatoes.
Right, it should be, but apparently they fade over time and we need to enhance it in a way. So yes, this is the product Mr. Keshe is marketing right here, the Twinity. I hope you can see it. And I think a lot of people will start to pick up on this once this comes into view. Yes, we all are aware of the microplastics in our environment. We know we're breathing them in, we're absorbing them, we're cooking with them, and the rest. It's not only plastics, but it's Teflon. But I think when people start to see what actually the body releases through this transmutation of the energy dimension of the plastic inside the body to a matter state plastic, and he said it wouldn't be all plastics, but it'd be a number of different plastics that would actually manifest in the matter state outside of the body. Not only will you be showing the transmutation of a material, but you'll also be, in a way, what I would call detoxifying yourself from these plastics. So there may be a way, as he said, we're targeting the brain in this, and if we can get the brain to reject it, the rest of the body will reject it as well. So yes, I've just started to notice, even though I was aware of all the plastics in a way, I never really considered them to be so deleterious to our structure or to our health in the long run. And of course, you say, well, that's only the physicality. That doesn't matter because you're going to be turning it in for perhaps another physicality down the road. But the quality of life perhaps could be much better. And you could also limit some sort of structures that may form within your structure due to the overburden of microplastics, microteflon, and the rest. So I would imagine that there's going to be a whole effort to clean up oceans and the rest of this. This is why I'm saying we're all going to have positions and jobs to do, whether you're an assistant ambassador for plasma and agriculture or you're going into the medical field. This will be a whole new, and this is what Mr. Keshe is saying about the moving away from the wars and killing, that you need an alternative, especially here in America. We're going to have 5 or 10 million people looking for jobs if they cut the military budget, and the Keshe Foundation and the technology will create 20 or 25 million new jobs if we can get people to move away from the war and killing into the space, the new type of space program, and all of the offshoots that we'll see, from cleaning up waters to doing so many things that we could never imagine to be possible with a very simple technology. But again, I don't think Mr. Keshe is going to release this technology for you to make these products on your own at this point in time, perhaps down the road, but you can use the products. Again, it's the same with the Rolls Royce or the cell phone. You cannot put a Rolls Royce together, and you probably can't put a cell phone together, but you certainly use it every day. And this is the idea and the thinking, I think, at this point in time until mankind matures a little bit more. So take advantage of the store. It keeps the Keshe Foundation free for humanity and allows the team and the researchers to, in a way, work unobstructed. And of course, you'll never replicate. I don't want to say never, but at this point in time, I don't think there's many on this planet that would be able to replicate most of these products within the Keshe Foundation store. You can try. No one's discouraging you. And actually, doing lab work is one of the shortfalls of knowledge seekers, a lack of knowledge and a lack of laboratory work. So we're going to be doing a little bit more of that. I'm going to make the magnesium GANs. I'm going to work on the feeding. I've put the CO2 in the bathroom. It hasn't worked out perfectly, but I'm working on that. And I'm also going to try just to move a plastic straw with magnets, nano-coated magnets, which I've tried in the past. Perhaps I didn't approach it correctly. So those are a couple things that I'm going to be working on, but especially the feeding. I think this is key. Some people are not feeding enough in this world, and we're probably overfeeding. But I think if we learn to feed off of the pure natural fields, the same what he said in agriculture, where you eliminate the pesticides and herbicides and just use pure natural fields of the universe, this is what we can do with ourselves as well. And again, it's a process. We have systems to support it. But when I first heard in the Keshe Foundation you could feed yourself without eating, I said there is no way I could think of at the time how could someone feed themselves without eating? Not knowing how our structure is actually put together. Once you do understand that, it's quite simple, I think, to fill that gap that we're short about 20% of the energies we need, which forces us into this position of killing and taking other structures to sustain our own. So this is very beautiful knowledge. And as Mr. Keshe said, we can't just ask you to stop eating. We have to give you something in place of it. We can't just ask you to stop stealing. We have to give you something in place of that so that everyone feels comfortable they don't need to steal. But we're in this transition period, and I think we'll work right through it and right out of it. If not, then it'll happen perhaps next year or the year after or in one of the later teachings. But I know Mr. Keshe has another position to assume in the universe, and he has a train to catch or another place to be. But of course, in that cycle, another few years, another few decades is nothing when your life cycle is in the billions of our years, let's say. So we're not in a rush, but at the same time, we'd like to see these things being developed, and this is our best opportunity now. So please use your energies through your soul to elevate the administration, not only the American one, but the Chinese need to be brought in, the Russians and others, that they all sit at the peace table. Iran is supposedly going to be there because that's where this technology is coming out of, an Iranian embassy in Washington in 2025. So I think a lot of great things. I'm hoping that the hovering car has already been tested and it's in the background, and Trump and Musk will demonstrate it to the American people about this new technology coming out. And I said this earlier, you know how the magician puts a stick and he says, look, there's no strings. I go around this box, it's floating in the air. And this won't be a magic trick. This will be science and technology. So, and then Trump will be jumping up and down and he'll announce that there's a new technology and it's going to reach and extend, and we're going to be developing some new industry. So this is what I'm hoping for and wishing for and giving my energy for, that we have this window of opportunity. So let's practice on a regular basis using our souls, which we'll get into shortly, about creating that dome of peace and the elevation of the world leaders and the world religious leaders and anyone else you want to put in there. As he said, Musk is part of someone who could block it or could go forward. It all depends if he wants his electric car company bankrupt or he wants to deliver the hovering car and become the first trillionaire. The same with Trump, if he keeps his position or he retracts it. So we give to them that they find the correct way and the energy they need to bring the change forward, because it's not, you know, when you're going against the tide, it's not so easy paddling. So again, you can spend some time in the store. The offers are on till the end of the day. And I would imagine in Europe, it's already 7 p.m. So take advantage of what's in the store if you can. Support the Keshe Foundation to keep it free. And these products are, again, you won't find them anywhere on this planet. We have some for menopause, as I said. Stamina Gans is for the soul to hold position if you get to a level where you want to hold it. So many, many things going on. Of course, you can also sign up for the comprehensive universal plasma coverage. It can be for an individual or a family. So there's many ways to support the foundation in these ways, even if you don't receive a particular product in the mail. For example, satellite souls, in addition to the wellness coverage, which is here, you can sign up to be a satellite soul, which apparently they do need satellite souls, and they'll explain more about how that process works in the future. Many things will be explained in the future in more depth. And that's what he tried to do, I think, with this workshop, was to add on to some of the previous workshops. And as he said, that one drawing in the workshop, it'll take man thousands of years to understand what was taught today. I thought he said 1,000 years, but he said thousands of years. So we can see there's a lot to understand to become a passenger of the universe in so many ways. And he wants to bring us into that dimension as an educated citizen of the universe, not going in there with some of our old ways and our old habits, and not have them carry over into this other dimension. Anyone want to add anything? I think I've been talking more than enough. Would you like to? Oh, I see a mic's come open, Randy and Mosvek. Oh, thank you, Mosvek. And that's what I wanted to say, Mosvek. I thought of you yesterday because when I went in this store, apparently everything that they're buying, even it's their own brand name and everything, it said made in Bengali, made in Bangladesh. So I was thinking of you. But of course, you may be coming a little bit closer to the States these days, as I've heard.
We shall see. So what I wanted to mention is that your lab work. You said you are doing some lab work, right?
Yes,
In the
yes.
midst of doing some lab work, right?
Well, lately, in the last, let's say, year, I think you are the laboratory. You have your own lab with you at all times. You can test it, you can play with it, and you can work with it. But as he said also, we need to understand both matter state and energy state. Please continue, Mosvik. Thank you.
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to mention is that the lab. You are the lab. So, and it's actually very.
Mosvik lets me read his mind once in a while. Thank you, Mosvik.
Well, I mean, he's reading it all the time. Whether Mark is successful or not, that's another story.
Right. Don't mention that, please.
But he's not bad at it these days. So, in any case, the lab work that we are referring to is using our own souls, soul of physicality and soul of man, and it's quite instructive actually to practice in this direction. And one of the things that Mark was referring to is the ability to transfer energy instead of eating. And this is one area that we can focus in and use the soul of man to transfer energy to the soul of physicality and see its effect. And it's possible. And so and we just have to, first thing that is necessary here is to just get accustomed to the idea that it is possible. And once it is possible, then one can engage. But without that premise, yes.
Sorry, what did you just say? How to transfer energy from the soul of man to the soul of physicality? What is the process?
The process is it's the what I'm talking about is first having the belief or having the understanding that it is possible is the first step. It's kind of like going to universities, getting a degree in certain areas.
I always said if you believe you can, and if you believe you can't, you can't.
Yes.
And that's where I was when I heard that you can feed yourself without eating. I said, there's no way you can't do that. It's according to matter state and everything I understood, this is impossible.
Exactly. So we first have to, get rid of our, let's say, false belief that it is impossible, and then we can proceed to the next step. So, and then we are familiar with this understanding that we have this carbon-14 energy all around us. It even exists in the water. And part of the reason why we take showers is that you do have that energy transfer happening. sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously. But when we become conscious of the presence of the energy field around us, then through the soul of man, we can transfer that energy and transmute it to the kind of energies we need. And this is not fiction. This is something, once we have to just focus on it, that we are transferring the energy. At one point, we will notice that we don't get hungry as much, or if at all. It's possible, but it takes a bit of effort. There is another way to go about doing it, and Mr. Keshe talked about it, is, as you know about reactors' axis of rotation. You can tilt the axis, and that changes the type of energy you transfer. So you can test it with like sitting down, sitting straight, and then tilting the axis of your head, and then seeing the energy transfer happening within the body. It alters as you tilt. You change the tilt axis of your head, which was the first experiment I did. Speaking of experiments about eating this, and there was definitely a difference, but one has to sit up carefully and observe. But similarly, you can transfer this carbon-14 energy around us in space to various types of energies we need within our body, because we are essentially an energy converter, because our eating, when we eat, most of the energy gets transferred from the food. It's not the physical material that's getting transferred. So if we have the more generalized energy transfer mechanism within us, why not use it? But it takes a belief and understanding that it's possible, and then go about doing it. And I gave one example of tilting the head, but you don't need to do it once you know how to transfer it. You can be in any position or any way.
So, Mosfeq, what made you decide to grace us with your beautiful soul today?
Actually, I will be teaching a class right now. It's with a group of people, and it's right before that. This 1 hour I'm here. So I said,
oh, beautiful.
And it's not too late for me for that reason, because I will be teaching for another hour. And so that's the reason why I'm here. So I wanted to come and be here for an hour or so, and
okay.
Then so
good. If we have any Bengali friends, would you like to announce when that meeting actually occurs, and if people have friends or others who know someone? And it was so funny, at one of the institutions I go into often, the gentleman was from Bengali, he told me, and I think I hooked you up together, but he's a little bit standoffish again. But thank you. Would you like to announce that?
Well, when does that meeting happen?
It's a public, is it a public, or is it something private?
Yeah, we have a public workshop every Saturday, and it would be, let's say, right now it would be 6:30 in the morning Central Time, so that would be 7:30 in the morning Eastern Time, United States time. That's when it happens these days. But our time does not change here, so when the summer comes, it moves a little bit.
Would it help to speak Bengali, or could you learn something through the soul in that meeting? I know I don't speak Bengali, and I've been at that meeting, and I felt elevated during that meeting, no question.
But the thing is that, do you have to be there to connect?
No.
You can be there for, like, let's say 15 minutes, half an hour, to get a feel for it. And then you can disconnect. Disconnect means using your phone, but not using your phone, but you can connect at the soul level. So that's possible as well. So yeah, and I actually use it to connect to our enhancement unit, and it is not that difficult. So we just have to get familiar with the feelings of it, And but we, as you said, Mark, we also have to do the physical level. Like I'm going to teach this class right now. I won't talk any further for a bit. I may join a little bit after an hour because before I, go
Yeah,
to
feel
sleep.
free. Anytime, you're welcome.
For now,
I also want to compliment you, Mosvek, on that new drawing system that you have in a way. And I know it's a little slow, but it's very, very nice and clean when you're making those drawings. I was enlightened by them as well. So thank you.
Yeah, a lot of things can be very easily explained that using that is otherwise difficult to do. But anyway, so I'll use it. I mean, there are things we'll talk about soon, especially in the plasma reactor group, using that, and it will bridge some of our existing scientific concepts with plasma science. So it will be fun. All right.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us. And again, you're all welcome to that meeting, and hopefully it'll be posted somewhere. Maybe you can just write it in the chat, Mosvek, how people can connect to your meeting. If you're still here, would you like to share your brief testimony with us about the last woman standing? I was elevated by hearing your story. If you're available, not putting you on the spot, or if you feel like it, would you like to share anything?
I may have shared some of it before. It is maybe partially energetic and partially matter-based, or maybe matter steered by energy. I was diagnosed with a root canal problem. Maybe you guys know I've been eating chocolate for energy, so I guess I ate
did
too much chocolate.
did that particular tooth already have a root canal and it
No.
acted up, or okay?
I don't know. Maybe at one point, I don't know.
Okay.
But I usually don't go to the dentist. I just keep my mouth clean. And I eat well usually, except recently when I was low on energy, I started eating chocolate. And I think I've brought that up before. And so I started having these awful toothaches. And the area was swollen so that when I would bite on my tooth, it just hurt like really bad. And then I was using, first, when it really got bad, I couldn't sleep, so I took a couple Tylenol. I have to confess, I'm not one to take Tylenol. I think this was the second time in my life, so it really was bad.
And you also paid a visit to a professional?
Later, I started out without that, and then made an appointment because my husband wanted to make sure that if and when we go on vacation, this is not going to act up. So we wanted to know what was going on. And I did have an x-ray, and he recommended a root canal, gave me the x-rays and a script to go see a specialist to have it done. And I really didn't want to. So I just took that, and I told him I'm going to try some other things first. So I tried a variety of things, including I was having sessions with Dr. Kern, and I was using, because the pain was so bad, I used anything and everything that I could. And I have 2 pain pens, but they're both designated for the dog, so I did not use those. I used nutrition. First, I started out with energy work with my energy working friends who helped me release some kind of things that were holding this stuff in place. Then I also used MMS, in case you know what that is. That is very matter-based, but very effective. And then I also used a Rife machine, the frequencies for root canal. And I used, what else? I also rinsed with a neti pot to, clean my sinuses because they were affected with salt water. It was an upper jaw. So I didn't like that because that seems to me a little close to the brain. And what else did I use?
Did you have a strong belief that you would solve this problem yourself?
Yes. I try to solve everything myself. So, and there's so many tools out there. And I know that the medical profession is very limited in tools, other than, rip the tooth out or drill out the root and kill the tooth. And I didn't want to do that. So I also had the experience with my horses from years ago that one time one stepped on a nail and there was an infection inside the hoof. There was no place for it to expand. So it was very painful. But eventually we soaked it in Epsom salts, and eventually the pus inside the hoof worked its way out to the crown of the hoof, which is where the hair starts on the leg, just next to the roof. And there was like a bubble of pus that started coming out. So I know even in an enclosed area, it will work its way out. So what I did obviously was not changing the material from one thing to another, but to promote the healing, for my body to get rid of this. And then after a while, I got this bulge on the upper jaw, between the jaw and the cheek.
Like the gum? The gum was infected?
Yes. Well, there was something coming out, just like the horse's hoof.
Right. And that can get into the blood, as I understand it. That's why they like to catch that pretty early.
Yeah. And it can get into the sinuses and go all kinds of places. So, and break through the sinuses, or they can be, sometimes a bone can create holes or whatever. I've heard some horror stories about that. But anyway, I just kept on going. And as soon as the bulge formed, the pressure was off and the pain went away. And then I kept on doing whatever I was doing, and now it's all gone. I can chew on that tooth. I was thinking of going back to my dentist and having him take another picture to see what he sees, if he finds anything, but I'm sure there's nothing there now. It's all gone.
Armgard,
Yes?
what I've been doing for my teeth is I've been brushing with CUO plasma water.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but
And
I
rinsing my teeth, I use it for like mouthwash, and
right.
that's
I
really
know
helped.
that now, but at that time I was in such a rush to relieve my pain that I just went after the old tools that I already had, plus some of the new tools. I did use cup 1, but that didn't work.
Now, did you give it the chocolate test since your pain?
No.
Okay.
I have switched to a half a cup of coffee every morning. That could do it too. So that's a whole lot less hard on the teeth. And
Okay.
I have to say, overall, my overall condition since working with Ubesu has improved. My memory has improved, and now this has improved, and my energy has improved some, not totally yet. So I still need the coffee.
And you must be impressing your partner as well.
Yes.
Maybe he'll want to marry you someday.
Yeah, right. No, but I feel much better, and I assume it's a combination of everything. I didn't still have the trust to be able to do it the Keshe way, because I really have not had the kinds of effects that I would have liked to have before, like during the feeding sessions and all this kind of stuff. I eat a lot less, I have to say, but I still eat. And but
right.
anyway,
These are sometimes very subtle changes. Again, you cannot
exactly.
just turn the person upside down. You can't just stop eating in one day or 1 week. This is a process. Right. And
Right.
we all think, it's magic. You're just going to go from one state of eating all the time to not eating all the. It doesn't work that way. It has to be ingrained, inculcated. Your system has to adjust to it. And as Mr. Keshe said, sometimes in these sessions, you may not see the change, even though it's there for a week or a month or even longer, but emotions in the background have probably changed.
Well, I saw that with my memory improvements. That was very, very gradual, because I could never find my keys or my money or my head or my glasses or my whatever. My husband always had to go look for it. Now he doesn't have to. But that was a very gradual change. So every day it was less often that I had to ask for his help.
Is he getting
now-
tempted himself to try the machine?
He said maybe, but he's very independent from his wife, you know, how men
Oh,
can
yeah.
be.
Yes, yes, yes. And of course, to say, I'm still in control. I don't need any support or any help or any new knowledge. Many people take that, you know, I don't need to know anything more than I already know more than I use, some people have told me. So why should I learn more?
And I have taken him on so many rides down so many roads, different things that I have explored.
Okay, okay. You've been a knowledge seeker for many, many years, even before the Keshe Foundation.
Absolutely.
Sounds like.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Lots of different modalities.
Continued success.
Yeah. I just have to remind myself of these tools that I have. I have so many. I just only use the most recent one or the most fluent one. So anyway, that's my story.
Beautiful. Any other questions for Erm?
So you said CUO, rinse with CUO water.
The copper Gans water. Not
Mhm.
the Gans, but the
Right.
water of the Gans, which sits a third, 2/3 above.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. That was very nice. Perhaps we can hear Mr. Keshe's announcements of what he talked
Mark,
about. Yes, please.
I have done some experiments with clothing, and
Clothing, okay.
yeah, it's very difficult. When I moved back from Thailand to Canada, of course, I was cold for many years. So I thought, well, I'll just go find some old cotton long johns. Can't find them. They'll advertise them as cotton, but if you feel it,
I
it's not
agree.
cotton.
That's
It's
what
50% plastic and polyester.
correct.
And then I finally found some at a work place for workmen, and it was for construction guys. And I'll tell you what a difference. And I found a t-shirt like separate top and bottom, right?
Yeah.
And that works. For the polyester ones, I bought special ones that said thermal heat. I froze with. Got the old standard cotton or fleece, but it's hard to find fleece now too.
Yeah, I was looking on Amazon and they do have some offerings for bamboo as well. But as Erm said, yeah, there's bamboo sheets and there's bamboo pants and there's other things.
Yeah, but if you've seen the stuff they spray, when
Yeah.
I lived in Thailand, the stuff
Yeah.
they spray on the ground, where do you think all the 2,4-D went?
Yeah.
It all went over there. So
Mm-hmm. But as I think in the Keshe Fund, oh, go ahead, Gail.
Yeah, I was going to say bamboo holds water. It's very, very difficult to keep socks dry, for example. So I just stopped using it. But someone mentioned viscose. I found some viscose, very nice slacks, and they're a little bit heavier than normal, but you can really make nice designs with them. So they were 95% viscose, which is from wood. And then the only thing is there's a little bit of elastane, and I'm not
Right.
sure about that.
So is that
But
what that means, viscose?
Yeah, that's the one that's from wood. Now, I don't know if it didn't say organic or anything, so I'm trying to find organic, but it's not, there's not a lot yet. But I'm trying to get the people at the gym to look into maybe try to get people to be aware.
Well,
What's going on.
you should have them listen to that hour Mr. Keshe spent when he first announced the Twinity plastic microplastic. It's about an hour of teaching, and again, it was just amazing when I heard him say these people that are marathoning and jogging, and they're with the fancy colors, and then it mixes in with your sweat and salinity and creates a Gans and I couldn't believe what he said. These people are marathoning themselves to death in a way.
But you know, the sad thing is they don't want to hear
Of
because some of
course.
the things that
Yes, of course.
Shane makes is so beautiful. But anyway, I spoke to the manager, so I think she will, eventually get something done.
It just gives us opportunity as entrepreneurs to get in that game, and
I
then
think so
Yes.
too, Ike. Yes.
use the power of what we have to explain it, because it's really a story to tell. When you have a clothing line and apparel that can be healthy, and
Yes.
the same way they have it now, wearable technology, Apple is into wearable technologies. It's the same thing that we can do. We can come up with our own designs, and then start marketing it. People will get a niche.
Show it off.
Absolutely. If
And
that's a business
I
you'd like to
fit
go into, yes.
yeah, I fit French clothes really, really well. And they have the best designs in the world. So I'm hoping that I can somehow get influence to encourage that to come to us because they're beautiful clothes.
There are two other materials that I have come across. First of all, very good is hemp. We used to get hemp.
Yes,
They last forever. And
yes,
linen
they
is
do.
another
Oh,
one,
that's a problem, if they last forever.
right? But the hemp is one of the crops that doesn't require fertilization or pesticides.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Nice to know.
And it wears like
And you
iron.
know,
Hmm?
I
Yes.
mean, aren't we going to be able to make those anyway? And maybe we can get some sort of supply, with the materials without having to grow them.
Yes, I
Because we
think
don't.
Mr. Kesh had contracted with a cotton grower at one time, and they were taking the entire harvest. So again, grown with the Gans waters and the rest, the cottons, and they were using that to make some of the clothing offers in the Kesh Foundation store, as I understand it.
Yeah, with soaked seeds.
What was that?
With soaked seeds.
Oh, yes, yeah.
hmm hmm So, as
But
Mr.
I,
Kesh said, this technology is going to touch every aspect of our life, from cosmetics to clothing to wellness, energy production, and all the subcategories in each one of those. So, we're in a very beautiful time and a transition time. Again, this is the same way, I guess, we went from the Industrial Revolution to the computer revolution and so on.
Now, I have a provocative thought. Why do we have to kill the plants to make clothing? Do we still need to wear clothing?
we can create it out of our soul,
Right.
make our own
Well,
viscose or
yes,
whatever.
exactly. If the material enhancement can create elements, it can create oil, it can create anything. I wouldn't think it would be limited to creating materials, fibers for clothing.
Yeah, or we would just wear a glove of Mr. Kesh's warm glove to keep us warm.
Uh-huh.
So,
Okay.
A glove.
yes, he developed a glove that if you wear it, it's going to be the right temperature.
Oh, wow, that's
There are
fun.
so many things in the background of the Keshe Foundation. It's unbelievable. As he keeps reminding us, only 5% of the technology is shared in the public domain. And usually, he said, it's obsolete when we kind of show it to you. But it still works, as we saw with the dome of or the star formation over Tel Aviv. And again, as he said, we have more advanced systems than what was shown there.
Then another question, does
Yes.
anyone know where to find the paints to use or the process of painting to keep the room at 22 Celsius? Mr. Keshe said that was
Yeah.
already out.
Yeah, there's a couple of teachings on that again about putting stripes or painting one wall. And I don't know if he's revealed everything. He talked about when they did it in China to remove the smoke from one of the larger meetings that they were having, but there was some paint on the wall and there was some other things. But again, some of these things are kept very close to the vest, but you can experiment with it.
Well, I have two buildings right now with heating problems. I would love to just paint the inside or the outside or both, not have to replace the heating system.
Right.
Have everybody stop complaining. That would be great. So,
well, thank you for sharing that. Any other thoughts or questions or anything anyone wants to share?
When I was playing with monoatomic elements and things like that, we took those and mixed them into a paint in one room. And if you put the modem in that room, you had no Wi-Fi signal on the other side of the wall.
oh, cool.
When you moved the Wi-Fi modem on the other side of the wall, it worked. So I would imagine that was way before I learned about the Keshe Foundation. So I imagine
Wow.
it would just figure out which GANs it would be and mix the GANs into the paint, but you'd have to try it. I don't know which one would work. Which, that's
Yeah, I think Yanni was using layers of paint, different ganses. I might have to check with him.
You're talking Gianni?
Yanni.
Yeah, there's many ways to get to Rome, as Mr. Keshe said. He's always said, I mean, he could take a piece of rice and feed the world. If there was no rice, give me a piece of wood. I'll feed the entire world. So there's many ways to do the same thing, and we're just learning step by step, slowly, of what some of these technologies can bring us. And it's a beautiful life once we get past this transition period. But this is where we are, so it's critical in the next 4 or 5 months that we all use our energies to support the leaders, support the Keshe Foundation. I still think it's the best tool and probably the most underused tool we have in our little basket of tools. Okay, if there's no other thoughts, questions, comments, we'll go to the announcements. So this is fairly short, about 8 minutes. And this is where Mr. Keshe introduces the new product, what they're calling the declusterization. I'm not sure of the name that'll be given, but didn't we hear some amazing things with the hair and changing of the color through emotions, and also the growing the hair, which is a separate product, also through a slight change of emotion? We should be able to do it on our own, but yet I haven't heard anyone changing the color of the skin, the eyes, the hair with their emotion. But maybe there's some people in the background that have done that, and I think there are. But it's fewer and far between. Here we have a system to support that whole process. And it's just unbelievable that you could be a blonde one day and a black hair another day and the brown hair another day and back to your natural color the third or fourth day. So these are the type of things, again, that are beyond the imagination of the man, all without coloring and all without pulling hair out of the back of your head and plugging it into the front of your head, which is quite painful. And I know there's many men that go through that process.
I have another question.
Please.
And that is, we have a gravity cast iron heating system, a big gigantic octopus. It's right under my chair where my desk is. All steel. And then all the legs go in all different directions. And then in 2 rooms, we have massive cast iron radiators. Is there something that I can do to keep these from changing the fields so much?
Anyone?
On Earth,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, I used to have them in an old house in Canada, and you can paint them. So I don't know how the GANs would react, or the yeah, anything, or even nano coating them, because they are heavy um, steel or iron combination. That would be a good question for Mr. Kesh. See what you can do, but
Yeah,
try to think about it first, and then ask him your question.
because in each room there's some major disturbance like that. And if it
Yeah,
isn't that, it's the refrigerator or the clock and stuff like that. Yeah.
I mean, in
Okay,
my
I'm going to step away for 45 seconds and I'll be right back. Gail, can you and Erm keep the conversation going along with a few others?
problem, no problem. Yeah, I was just thinking, it is, in my opinion, one of the best ways of heating. If it's the radiator, it's clean. But yeah, I just wonder how that would work because they get pretty hot. I wonder if it's already nano coated, but probably not that hot. So yeah, we need to see what would happen. Maybe you can take a patch of something
Because
and
when I do muscle testing anywhere near those gigantic things, everything goes weak. So, and
yeah,
that just may be my beliefs too. But
didn't
it's
I
all this heavy
wonder if
stuff.
that takes away? I mean, does it pull the like when you're doing muscle testing, it's probably pulling your energies. It's probably pulling them. It's
Well,
like
it's
a
pretty heavy,
magnet,
so it could be giving, but it is matter state.
but is it? I mean, if it's a iron thing, like I keep thinking it's going to pull you away. It's like a magnet
Mhm.
in a way. But that's a good question, Mr. Kesh. Try to figure something out in your head and then ask.
Well, bring that into the reactor group this week, Gail. Maybe we
Oh
can
yeah, yeah,
design the
that'll be a
question.
that is a good question.
And of course, any questions you may have, I think Mr. Kesh said you can write to info@keshe.foundation and you should receive some sort of response. Go ahead. Is somebody trying to say something?
I have another question. We have all these LED lights, and they're now street lights right outside the house. And when you look at the bottom of them, they say 5G. So we have all these disturbances from these lights. And at night, I don't even go out anymore without a visored cap because I can't stand that light in my eyes.
What kind of
So
light is it?
Oh,
LED.
LED. Yeah, I don't like to
And what
work
does it
with
say?
LED either.
Yeah, what does it say on the light?
On the bottom, it says 5G. So these are
Oh,
also 5G transmitters.
mm. Get your butterflies out.
And what happens there when I walk around town, I see that wherever the trees are dying or the side of the tree that's dying is usually in the direction of one of those lights.
Well, we're moving to G9 and G10 at some point in time. And I know Mr. Kesh said this will be quite delightful. With the two phones, you'll be able to create anything you want in between them. Whether that is still valid or not, I know he said we would eventually get there to G9 and G10. So it's in the works. But he didn't seem to be too concerned about 5G. I remember him answering a couple of the questions at one point in time, and
Yeah.
he didn't seem to be that concerned about it. I would
Well,
imagine
Well,
the plastics are even heavier and all the other things. It's just an amazing assault of ingredients and additives and fertilizers and fluorides and from every direction, deodorants and toothpaste, and we're being assaulted quite a bit. And for most, it's not aware, as we like to say, ignorance is bliss. Okay, any other thoughts or questions before we go to the announcements? from Mr. Keshe, about 8 minutes, and this is where he talks about the declusterization product.
Okay, we're back again after a short break there, and I think we're ready to engage into the next part of the workshop. And usually before the questions, Mr. Keshe has a few answers before the questions. So a few things to announce perhaps, or otherwise, as a prelude to our question and answer session. So, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go, or was that too quick of an interlude for you?
No, that's okay. That's perfect. I'm getting used to it.
I know we're going to have, as you mentioned to her, have a bit of a shorter, or at least we're limited in time today. So
we finish by around 11:30. We have to do. What is interesting, if you listen to the first part and then you listen to just the first commercial part, that brought you a lot of knowledge. We call water H2O. And if you go in the dimension of the universal energy containment, which is carbon-16, which is oxygen, and then you understand the hydrogen is what you call in the plasma state, matter state, the line of creator, then you can see how the water runs and how the love of the creator runs in this universe. In the dimension of physicality, it takes tangibility of liquid. In the dimension of plasma, is the river of creator's love, what is created. Then you understand how he reigns on all of us, which is us part of him, through the river of life or energy. On earth we call it water. Without it we can't exist. We are created out of it. And it's the same. The world of creation is created out of the same. And you see how correct the teaching of today is when you understand it is macro and the micro. Because you have the tangibility of it. And by coincidence, the advertising of the water is there. And then you understand
I have
how
a question.
to elevate yourself through the rivers of life, through what we call.
Go right ahead, please.
Anybody can explain this, last couple of last sentences from Mr. Keshe. When he mentioned water, H2O, and then carbon-16 as a mirror, oxygen, which is 16, is mirrored as carbon-16. I thought carbon-16 is the communicator from the universe.
Anyone like to tackle that?
May I jump in?
Sure.
Hello.
Oh,
Look
okay.
at oxygen in the water. It's connected to the metal state by the hydrogen. And then you see the liquid. But when you have oxygen, it can be metal state, and then it's a gas. If you have oxygen in the plasma state, like the 8 neutrons, it's carbon-16. So the neutrons act like a universal energy. So it's not that part of the matter. You have protons and electrons, that's part of the matter state, and you have neutrons, it's part of the universal matter state, the principal matter state. And that's why oxygen can carry emotion. So if you have water, you have the hydrogen, which is a matter state to the physicality, and you have an oxygen like a water, but it also carries the emotion of the carbon 16. Can you see that? Can you imagine how it's connected to each other?
Somewhat, yes, I do see the connection, but my little knowledge from the previous teaching, when he said the carbon 16 is the communicator. So as something communicating, that to me means either translating or step down.
No, it's like when you have matter and you go to the universal carbon 14, you have carbon 13. It's by depleting the 14 to the 12, and you get, in a way, you get 13 because it loses its energy, the neutron. But in the oxygen, like in the lungs, when you transfer the energy from the oxygen gas to the carbon, it becomes helium. That are 2 neutrons and 2 protons and 2 electrons. But what's important is that the neutron carries the emotion. So the emotions transfers to the blood, let's say to the blood, and then by connecting in the flow of the blood, it creates a universal translation from the carbon 12 to carbon 14. And carbon 16 is on the level just a step higher than the carbon 14 in our, let's say, our soul, the buckyball. So it's a higher energy in the universal. It's carries more McGrath energy in the universal state. It's more like principal matter. It's a higher order of the principal matter. So it's not only about how big it is not only how strong it is, because even if it's small, its strength can be greater than in the matter state, always. But when you go into the universe, in the universal, it's not a language, it's a sharing of emotions and sharing of, like I said, take all your memories, all your emotions, and put it in that buckyball. When you go out into the universe, when you transmute, you come a level higher. And that's when you, let's say, in the human version, the physicality, you talk through emotions and memories to other beings. So is there a language? No, but it's a language that any other entity or any other entity on the level of the universal language can understand. It's not Dutch, it's not English, it's not Deutsch, it's not French, it's not Chinese, but everyone has the same understanding about emotions. So that's the universal language. So you reach out to the carbon 16 or even 18.
Thank you, Fo, for sharing so freely your understanding with us. Alex, did you want to make a comment as well?
Oh, no, I think Fo did a great job. Thank you.
And now we understand why, as Mr. Keshe said, it'll take man quite some time to fully understand it. And I remember when he said that with the cup of life, he said it looks simple because we designed it that way. He said, but it's not simple. It would take man centuries to understand what's going on in this cup. But again, do we need to fully understand it to use it? I think we've all proved we don't. And it works more of the time than it doesn't work. Okay, we'll continue on and hear a little bit more about this declusterization.
We call the water. But actually, the world of creation is in the liquid plasma of the love of the Creator, the life of Creator. On earth, we call it water. In its matter state, and in the universe, we call it nitra. And then we understand more. There is no difference. It's just man is ignorant to it. And we're opening this knowledge today for you. You understand how true it is. And in addition to the knowledge of the man, you have to understand the love of the Creator to be able to travel the expanse of his universe. And according to your understanding and intelligence, you take from this knowledge, which is not of the creation, is very comes your.
I see Randy has posted something in there. Randy, would you like to elaborate? We don't have to, but if you'd like to, you said you're making a brochure.
Yes, a lot of people ask me, what is GAN?
Could you come a little closer, please?
Okay, is this better?
Perfect.
Okay, a lot of people ask me, even my customers that buy plasma water from me, what is it? So I'm designing a brochure. So that's the wording that I've come up so far with the for a brochure to explain them and try to keep it pretty simple. If you want me to, I can read it.
Would you like me to read it? And then maybe you can elaborate.
Go ahead.
The following is part of a brochure I am working on about plasma/GANs. Water is life. Without water, there can not be life as we know it. It all begins with the realization that everything in existence is made from plasmatic energy. The universe is made up of plasma. The plasma is what fills space. It is the source and the starting point for life in all its forms. Water is the main vehicle through which these energies create and support life. Water is so much more than just hydrogen and oxygen. Very nice.
And Fo did such an excellent explanation, and even more. Thank you, Fo. I understand even more now from that.
And of course, this is what Mr. Keshe is encouraging, that we share with one another. We learn from one another. And again, nobody's wrong and nobody's 100% right. So nobody's going to chop you down if they disagree with you, we hope. And we just take it and add it to our own understanding, as Mr. Keshe is doing, adding to man's knowledge. Okay, let's continue unless somebody else wants to say something. And that's good. We're creating plasmas just by these interactions. And again, it's not all agreeing, then there's really nothing created. If we all agree everything's in balance. My understanding, your understanding, this imbalance in a way is part of the creation process. Without an imbalance, there is no creation.
There is a small announcement is that the Keshe Foundation has entered a new science and technology as of actually today, and we collaboration with the wellness centers and the doctors who work with us, we have moved into what we call declustration. What it means when you have clusters, you can open up, you can tune into it to do. Does not matter what you call it in the body of the man and where it manifests. We have started trials in collaboration with the doctors and the wellness centers. The new process of de-energizing, which means changing the inertia to the position, changing the salinity to not inertia, in a way going back from the matter state to energy. This has huge implication and application in wellness, where you have lumps, you have process of the things which is not supposed to be in the body, and they take a specific way to be created. And for the first time, the wellness center of Keshe Foundation, as of today, have started that process. Plastic, which means within a matter of short time, could some be minutes, some could be weeks, you can degenerate, you can reverse the what we call the inertia, what we call the calcification or matter state conformation within the body, which means, let's say, if you have a bullet in your muscle, how, if it's made of natural product of your own body, we can return it back to its energy.
Now, to me, he's not talking about an actual bullet, because that wouldn't be made out of the energies of your body, would it be? It's not a piece of lead he's referring to here. He's saying if you have something in the muscle, maybe something hard or a knot of some sort that doesn't seem to be perhaps going away. But I don't think it's a bullet, although they have done shrapnel and they have done bullets as well, I believe, where it was too dangerous to operate, and they've pulled it out again through this transmutation, the same way it'll happen with the plastics. As he said, we can create a magnet for anything if you know how to play. Okay, let's just, sorry, I think I need to move one of these to a different screen so we can see and hear both, or hear and see both.
You give it any name you like. So this is a process which, as I said, our systems have set to process as of today, and we watch to how well we understand and how well we can change and confirm the transition from matter to energy and energy to matter within the body of a life. It could be a dog, it could be a cat, it could be a stone, it could be a tree. So those of you who've been waiting for this process to be what we call developed, now is developed and it was set as of today. And if you speak to the wellness centers, the doctors will take you through it. There's not much you need to do. We do things from our end. And it's for you to test and try. If you approach the wellness centers for these conditions, go back to them, because it's a new opportunity has opened as of today. And we shall see how things will take shape. Is there any questions? We'll try to answer, and we shall see.
Okay, so another unimaginable product within the Keshe Foundation store. Again, it's out for test. You can keep the Keshe Foundation free by participating in one of these trials. I don't think that product is actually in the store, although I may have missed it, but it will be here in the next probably few days or this week, where you can contact, and we'll put the contact information for the Wellness Center in the chat. And we'll also put info at the Keshe.Foundation in the chat for any general questions you may have, and hopefully you'll receive an answer. We're coming up to the top of the hour, so I thought perhaps we need to concentrate again more on this power of the soul, of the energies to bring the change in the position that we're in. Again, we're not negotiating, we're not in the diplomatic arena, and we certainly don't have the technology to impress, but certainly Mr. Keshe does. As he said, I'll handle matter state, you handle working with your soul and your energies. So what we heard here was what Mr. Keshe had said. There was a question. Let's see if we can just, I don't know where that went. Let me see if I can share this properly. Not there. Okay. Yes, here. Okay. Let's see if we can just go through this if we can. Again, it's 18 minutes. We'll play part of it, and the title of this one is Mr. Keshe, the nightmare that is happening in Gaza. When will it end? So it's about 18 minutes, but you can see all the interconnectedness of the process that's going on, and he sort of intertwines it with the introduction of this technology to move away from these wars. Again, whether it's in the Ukraine, the Middle East, or anywhere else, I'm sure we're not for wars in any shape or form. So this is what's on the table, and this is what's being delivered in a way. But he sort of lays out a strategic thing. And again, there are variables here depending whether someone changes their position or moves forward, or he specifically mentioned Musk, and he specifically mentioned President Trump, because there's a lot of people wooing them in the background to continue the same path that we've been on. And he said Trump is just the way he is has that ability to, again, turn on a dime and go in a totally different direction than this nation and this world has been going in the last hundreds of thousands of years, let's say.
While we're on that part of the world, I had a question from Antonio, who's concerned. He says, Mr. Keshe, this nightmare that is happening in Gaza, do you think that it will end soon? It is hard to see this brutal situation continue, Antonio.
We see the end of it within the next 60 days, hopefully. There are huge moves to bring it to an end, but you have to understand there's only one person who wants this war to go. Nobody else. And it's amazing. One man called Netanyahu wants this war to go, that he stays out of prison. Leave it to the Americans, leave it to Hamas, leave it to the Iranian government, leave it to the Russians, leave it to the God knows whatever. Netanyahu, with the backing of United Kingdom, is the only person who wants the war to go out to keep himself out of prison. And 60 days we have, because there are political moves, and you will understand soon why 60 days. We asked for release of number of American hostages 2-3 months ago, for part of the negotiation to be opened for us, for the Keshe Foundation, for negotiation. And we might see that happen. But on the other hand, yes, there is an end to it, but we have to understand how far, and we have to understand that there is no more, what do you call, will in the United States to go with the war. You have to understand, we are not Americans, we don't support either side, but whenever Democrats come into power, there is war. Because Democrats come from the poorest side, most of them, and military expenditure makes them millionaires. Because they take a lot of bribes, they take a lot of things in it. Republicans usually go the other way. We put a lot of options to Obama. Obama has killed more people than anybody else. He started more war than anybody else. And he's a darling of Democrats. You look Biden. Biden has done the same. Biden has hidden so much that he could carry on with the production of the killing machines. But we hope now Democrats, sports majority in the Senate and in the House, will bring a position of peace. And we will see some skirmishes, but this religious war in Israel and Gaza will finish. 60 days is what we are hoping for, and what these negotiations are going on, because after 60 days, we will take shape in those environments that Trump will create, but Trump needs to solve. If you go back a few years ago in the teaching, you most probably find it. When we made an announcement through American press made for us that when we started the peace talk, another series of peace talk between Iran and America, I said, which senator on a Thursday afternoon, I think it was, which senator in the Senate can refuse 10, 15, and then millions of jobs? Which senator can refuse 500,000 jobs, which the peace with Iran will bring, oil and the rest of it? And 2 or 3 days later in the Senate, we got the ratification and we got everything else moved. Trump has a very big problem. He wants to create peace. Now we see even Bill Gates, the biggest murderer, is somewhere there, trying to butter it up. But they have to understand they need to look for a new technology, a new diversion from the war, as I said last time, for millions of people who work in the defense industry. Otherwise, there'll be a war inside the United States. And that option, a new technology, is the Keshe Foundation. We're working, we understand what it is. We are getting the Americans to understand. Some of you have seen how in X, I input directly into, what do you call it, to the MOS. And they're reading it, they understand it, because there are other things going. We haven't taken our position on X yet, but we are sowing the seed. Some of you have already joined as followers, you know what I'm talking about.
And again, another opportunity for you to participate by just joining the X platform, as I understand it. I've never been on any social medias. I'll probably wait a bit to join, but others have started to join, and I guess you become a follower. You pick somebody who you want to follow, and others follow others, and I'm not exactly sure how it works, but I think everyone can post, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know anyone on the X and working with that now, but this is another addition. I don't think Mr. Keshe was be moving people and himself into this platform unless it was going to be, although he said we're still observing it. But again, another instrumental messaging platform to, in a way, convey to others where the Keshe Foundation is going. He said it was for diplomats and scientists too, but I think we'll all be involved. And as the hovering car comes out and the Keshe Foundation can be found on the X, more people will be wanting to understand more. I think the membership of the X will grow exponentially.
But we haven't put any title, any topics up. The reason is you cannot offer peace when peace outside US creates a war inside US because you can't sell guns, you can't sell ammunition. You created peace outside, so you have to do it inside. And the only way is to introduce a new attraction, a new technology, which sciences can go into it and develop, and plasma technology is parallel to that, and we are working on it. I work nearly 20 hours a day around it in collaboration with some governments, and more or less, this goes back what we can come to agreements internationally, because you have to understand, once the American withdraw, the Chinese are very aggressive to come in because they have spent billions on arms and they want to use it. Now it's a catch-22, and how the technology will change. Our knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation in the next few days making a presentation in a military space defense on behalf of the Keshe Foundation, a presentation by invitation of the government. And we have to emphasize in this presentation that diplomacy of knowledge has to be the next step. And to what extent we bring peace, and then we see the reflection of it back on. Just sit down for 2 minutes and add up. United States in the past 12 months has put over $25 billion plus, we reckon it's about 45 billion just as weapons, missiles into Israel. In the past 2 years, they have put nearly 200 billion into Ukraine, all military hardware. And a very interesting one is an amazing, interesting picture which I saw, which in a way, you know, the way I think and the way I talk, if I find a picture, you'll be amazed. I was amazed when I saw it, but it's very interesting to see a priest blessing guns. This is how shows deep the clergy are involved in killing. When a priest blesses with the holy water guns that he kills people, I think it's in Ukraine, then you understand where the problem sits and how our problems come to exist. That most of the wars are led, watered by the religious people. And what?
So now you see why we, in a way, give from our souls to not only the political people and the people pulling their strings behind the curtain, but also the religious ones. As he said, they create most of the pretext for political people then to go into a war.
We can overcome that. We have entered another dimension, and we are in that position in the process at the moment. And let us see if I find this picture somewhere on the internet. It's amazing, a priest blessing guns to kill with. In God's sake's name, where does these people get their guts to do this. But it's interesting, extremely interesting, how things will take shape in the next 60 days if Trump doesn't change position and doesn't retract. And then you will see.
I was going to say, can somebody order Trump the stamina again so that he can hold position?
See the change many of us have been waiting for. But then his administration needs total support, absolute support, to come up with a backup, what they call system that can support the process of peace which can exist and last in Gaza and the rest of the world. I think Trump has chewed more than he can swallow with this when it comes. By closing the factories to make arms, then weakens the position of the United States unless he can come up with something bigger to create jobs, and internal problems will become part of its work.
Recording progress.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, I got it back.
Yeah, I put those 3 keywords into Google that you suggested: the priest blessing guns. And so we have a choice. Were you referring to Catholic priests?
Yes, you see
Or
it.
the Russian Orthodox priest?
All
Or the Russian priests? Or the St. Michael's Catholic Church, and so on and so forth? It's more or less choose your religion and you can have them blessing, a picture of them blessing guns, you know. This is very strange, but you're right. It seems to be at the root of I mean, any one of these it's all about the blessing of the guns.
Yeah, with the holy water. Who receives that bullet? Is somebody's father? Is somebody's son? Is somebody's child? The interesting thing is, in the latest communications from what we're getting with Trump administration going into the war in Ukraine, as you, I don't know, heard or not, there was a very high temper shouting going on in a meeting between Trump, the Gypsy, and the French president this week in Paris. Trump in no shape or form missed anything to tell the guy exactly what he thinks. And as you heard the American press, how come the guy wears a suit when he goes to beg for money to European community and other places, but when he comes to see the American president, he comes in a gypsy suit? Trying to play the beggar, I'm weak, and he got his whack. And he's been given an ultimatum the first week Trump is in position. He can say goodbye. He's already applied for 9 countries in Europe for asylum, the president of Ukraine. And the data coming from CIA shows hundreds of thousands, more than what Ukrainian up to now were confirming dead, have actually died. 30,000 Ukrainian soldiers have died only last week. 30,000. We talk about 45,000 people killed in Gaza in over a year. Last week alone, the data statistics which confirm more or less over 30,000 Ukrainian soldiers have disappeared. Son, a father, or somebody. With these countries here, 30,000 in 1 week. Multiply it, divided by 3, let's say 10,000 over what do you call it, maybe 2.5 years, 150 weeks, let's say 130 weeks, 1.3 million plus civilians and the rest.
Mr. Keshe, your audio's fading a bit there. I think maybe this
Somebody
microphone.
doesn't want us to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is what it is. Gaza will finish what we see if Netanyahu is begging for his life. He's trying to negotiate with Democrats to stay in power when the Republicans come in. And we are, from the Iranian government point of view, we are washing our hands. It's nothing to do with us. We sit on the side of the peace, and we want peace for Palestinians and the rest of humanity. This guy somehow fighting for his own life and trying to set everybody else. And it will not happen. We are fully aware of it. And the game is over for Netanyahu. He might get back the hostages, but the stand for it that he has to step down. The hostages will not be given till he steps down. We saw that very much with, if you remember, the Peanut Man. When the Iranian hostages were taken in the Iranian embassy, were not given to him till the next president came in. And the first few days when he came in, negotiation was completed, and the hostages were given as a gift back. I think we'll see the same thing. One of the conditions that will come down on the table, Netanyahu has to step down. Or structure that when he's done, he will, because he won't become glorified with releasing the hostages. But we'll see. Once the hostages are released, there is no ground for them to be in. And secondly, Israeli forces have run out of ammunition, and Israeli soldiers have given up fighting because they don't want to fight. We've seen some figures recently from securities, over 18,000 dead. That's huge. That's huge. Any other question?
Okay, so I guess that process has been going on a long time with priests blessing weapons, but it's meant more and more in the news. I know one of the governors of the nearby states from where I was, I think was in a picture with the Zelensky and others, sort of applauding the signing of missiles and the rest. But when priests are publicly doing this all over the world, you can see how low their position is. It's almost like a doctor. When the first rule is do no harm, I think that should be the first rule for the priests as well. But they've gone quite low and they need elevation, and that's what this is about. So I thought we'd bring up at this point in time, learn to pray through your soul, and then we'll go into a few minutes of this creating the dome of peace in a way through our emotions, that we create the conditions for the others, again, behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, and in the religious environment as well, that they start to, again, do no harm. As he said, this is what will happen when you put a chip in an AI system or in a robot. It will not kill and it will not harm. So this is the beauty of the new technology, bringing it into that sort of dimension that, again, we have no concept of how this is actually done. But apparently it's been worked out within the Keshe Foundation. So before we go to the Dome of Peace, let's just, in a way, have a little pep talk from Mr. Keshe, that we understand a little bit more of, and the importance of using our energies, because it's the only thing that we have that we can reach with. They won't listen on the phone. They won't read the emails. They won't look at the protests and the rest. But creating conditions through our soul is the key. And once we achieve a collective awareness and more people participate in it, we will see the peace manifest. And I think this process is about to take off in a much bigger way. We're aware of it and we're continuing to work with it, but most are not. Or they've gotten to the point where then, no, there'll always be wars. You can't be serious thinking you're going to stop the wars through your energies and the rest. But this is exactly what the Keshe Foundation is purporting us to do. Again, this is 10 years ago.
Is there any other question? Are we still there, or?
I'm pretty much questioned out here. Maybe we should wrap things up soon.
Okay, maybe we can do a teaching on different direction or explanation on different direction today. Let us teach or let us learn how to pray through your soul that you can reach. Let us learn how we can give through our souls that we can elevate other souls to the level that we are in, or without prejudice, allowing their souls to elevate above our soul, without the fear that there'll be anything, we'll be short of anything. Maybe this is what has never been taught by the Prophet of the past, is that giving does not need to be by words and by thoughts, but it has to be by emotion, where it touches the soul and touches the, gives to the receiver what he needs to take from it. Maybe is the way to understand by giving we don't lose anything, and by giving we don't become less poor or poorer. Maybe is a new way of teaching, the way we teach and the way we live in the universe. Detached from physicality, but attached to the emotions that can affect the physicality, because the physical side of any being in the universe is a slave to the emotion. Maybe it's time to start a new way of looking and how to share not only the knowledge but the emotions in the true sense, or allowing access to the soul. This is where you can open your soul to any soul to receive what they need. At the same time you find out you receive what the soul needs to give. So at the same time as you're a teacher, you become a student. At the same time as you're a nourisher, you get nourished. From the higher levels or equal and plus. Maybe I'll go back to the question or something which was raised by Rick about, or question raised about what do we think about Gaza. Let us all give freely through our soul to the Prime Minister of Israel. That his soul will receive as much as he needs, and through it will affect the work and the direction. Maybe by giving freely to his soul to take what he leaves, we reach the soul of the people who finance these things. Because the man is a spokesman, and the people who decide sit behind the curtains. Maybe through his soul we can reach those who finance these things or encourage these things, that their soul changes. We don't pray for the man, we pray for the soul of the man, or we give to the soul of the man. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of, there are millions of supporters of Keshe Foundation we know around the world. And I know a lot of people listen to these workshops. You spend time every day and open your soul to the Prime Minister of Israel, and the same to the other side.
Okay, so now let's take some time and put this teaching into action, if we can. And what we call it is the Dome of Peace, or creating this Dome of Peace. Just let me make sure I can find it here. There. Okay, and I think we've all been through the understanding of this, where there's a step for the physicality and then there's a step for the soul. But I thought, hearing Mr. Keshe's words, elevating both sides in a way, using your emotions to touch not only the spokesman, but we don't even know who's operating in the background, but the souls certainly do. They're all connected and nothing is hidden by the soul. So we can just use that phrase, those operating in the background and the rest. But the souls know, and we have that instant connection. So this is the part of the process that you can participate in on a regular basis. As Mr. Keshe said, don't do it once a time, but do it all the time. And again, it's not a lot of physical work. Working through the plasma is quite easy and doesn't take a lot of work. So every day, if you can, if you decide to, use a nanosecond of your life, a few nanoseconds of your life to contribute to this process, to nourish this process, and then extend it from there. And as Mr. Keshe said, it doesn't matter if they elevate even above your position. That's not a problem. And we're learning to use this as we move into this universal energy dimension. So this is not something you're going to leave behind once you leave this planet. It's something you're going to be working with. So why don't we start working with it now, as the Brazilians have so beautifully shown us in so many different ways by continuing this process. But let's hear the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is something for the physicality to do, as we all know, and it's spreading of the Gans waters to create a balanced condition and also to connect the wellness centers together.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So what a beautiful responsibility in a way you've been given. And this is, again, not a day job. A lot of people want to make a change and then they think next week everything will be fine. But as we know, these souls are quite low and they need a lot of elevation. So that's the first step. You can release Gans waters anytime, but collectively we do it on Sunday. And that's at noon or 6 p.m. Central European time. But again, it's not limited to Sunday. That's just a starting point. And of course, the Chinese have been doing this for probably over a decade or more. And we've seen a huge turnaround in China. Again, we're not all there yet, but it's done a lot of work, even though it would appear that just spraying some simple water in the environment could actually do anything. But this water contains fields and it contains emotions. It knows where to go and it knows what to do. It has an intelligence about itself. So that's the first step of the Dome of Peace. Then we're going to go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is using the power of the soul. And this is what we've been talking about. We cannot reach these world leaders, the people behind the scenes, or any of the others, unless you have $1 million a minute or $5 million to put up for 5 minutes, something along that line. But we have the mother connection as we're learning. And as Mr. Keshe said, you can elevate any soul. So it could be your boss, your coworker, your partner, your children, your family, your neighbors, your town, your community, or even the entire unicos. And as Mr. Keshe said, it would only take one to reach it, but I think we'll be working through this collective process.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
Okay, so you've heard the instructions. Hopefully you've understood the instructions, and now let's apply these instructions. Let's take 2.5 minutes. Again, if it only takes the blink of an eye to transmute, it shouldn't take so long to elevate the others. I mean, as far as spending hours at a time doing it, but I think the frequency of doing it is more important than the length of time that you do it. Again, sometimes they say in exercise, it's not the amount of exercise you do, but the regularity of exercising, which makes the difference. So let's take 2.5 minutes, enjoy the process, and spread our souls to elevate the others, especially the religious ones, all of them. Nobody's above anyone else or needs it. We all need elevation. And the beauty of this process is nobody fails the test. And the other beauty of it, as you nourish others, you become nourished or enlightened or elevated. So let's take just 2.5 minutes. Let me put up the background. Again, this all started through the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. who we've been, in a way, working with in the background. I think Mr. Keshe has also been involved in these meetings. So we're going to take 2.5 minutes and elevate the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators. The soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And we could also add in Mr. Musk if you'd like, or anyone else you'd like to add in. Again, this is a process. We're just learning to practice and understand our energy dimension more and more. So let us take 2.5 minutes and we'll be right back to the matter state. Thank you all for continuing in this process, and that's how easy it is. If I can, I'd just like to show the meetings that we're having now is on the energy dimension, but if you'd like to join, let's see if we can just share both of these. Let's see, I think I need to do this. And now we'll share two. And this is what the Brazilians have developed. There's on Sunday at 12 and 6 p.m. This is when we collectively release the GANS water, whether it's CET or CEST. And again, you're not limited to doing it just on Sunday. Carry a spray bottle with you. Spray it around your house in the inside and the outside. I like to put it in the car windshield washer if it's the right temperature outside. And just release it as you're driving, perhaps, because as I said, the GANS water has an intelligence, it knows where to go, and its desire is to bring balance into all situations. And then on Wednesday and daily at 1 a.m. Central European Time, 2 a.m. Central European Summer Time, you can also join a formal meeting on Telegram or on YouTube, I think Instagram and other places, and join the Brazilian team in about a 30-minute, if you have the time and you'd like to participate that way, that's perfect. Otherwise, if you're working or busy with another type of appointment, you can join us on the energy level. And of course, this is the invitation from the Universal Council to do that. And you're all invited to participate. Again, we're just learning to play with this new toy, so to speak, this energy dimension that we thought couldn't really do anything. We thought we were powerless, but we're far, far from powerless. So the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. So adjust your time, know when it is, and participate for a few seconds, a few minutes, whatever you desire, for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. And of course, this is the ethos we'll be carrying with us into the universe. And there's no war and there's no killing as we understand it. And taking this sort of structure out into the universe, as they say, is forbidden, where you're taking other creatures' energies to sustain your own. We have to absorb fields, and that's why learning to feed the way the Creator feeds is part of that whole process. When you get into the universe, in a way, you'll have some sort of inkling of what you need to do as far as absorbing energies. So please join us. It's a beautiful process, and I think you'll be quite pleased with yourself and your capabilities as we start discovering how to play with this toy, so to speak, or the structure the Creator gave us. I think if there's not any questions, we're going to go to the next part of the program, which everyone's been waiting for, and that's the teaching of Alex Skoric. I think, Alex, you'd like me to play the disclaimer, which I can easily do if I can find it.
Mark,
yes?
hi there. I'm feeling kind of magnetical. My courage has been
Oh,
encouraged.
good.
I was wondering if you would just let me try, and if I fail, you can back me up.
Okay, we're not afraid of failure whatsoever. This is part of the scientific method.
All right. Well, let's do this.
Let's give her a go.
And I am going to see if I can share my screen. And there's that, right?
Screen is shared.
And I'm going to try and share it again. There, we're going to do this. And how is this? Can you feel the excitement?
I see a dark screen. I can't read what's on it yet, but is this the disclaimer?
Ink. Let me bring it into physical matter state.
Just slide it a little, and then we'll see the beginning of the disclaimer. I'm not sure what picture you're showing. I'm just seeing a black screen. It hasn't started yet.
Well, just remember that black is no color. And so here we go, Mark.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Well, that was very special.
And let's all welcome Alex Skoric with a big round of applause from our souls in so many ways, and to give to Alex because he's given so much to us. Thank you, Alex. If you're ready, please.
Thank you so much. I want to welcome everybody to this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And I thank you very much, Mark, for leading the charge here. Such a busy week. We probably had decades of history transpire in just a few weeks. And it's a very exciting time to be alive. So let's see what else we can contribute. So please enjoy the session. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're discussing advanced transmutation. The subject today is color density. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is December the 15th, 2024. So please enjoy the session. We're dealing in advanced transmutation topic. And all that is a continuation of many advanced teachings, but please understand it's still very basic public teaching. It's a little bit more involved. What we're trying to do is to add to the knowledge of the mature students and still keep an open door for the new students that are coming on. We all need our own way to describe things. And thank you for allowing me to continue to do this. Last week, we really went hard at it to introduce the world of color. And the week before, we were talking about gyroscopes. And the reason for that is because field rotation is very, very important. And one of the things that the gyroscopes, of course, did was it reduced the density of the field. And you say, well, wait a second, how did we reduce the density? Well, if you remember, the wheels were very heavy and they got lighter. And so the heaviness comes from gravitational. And so when we look at the color and we talk about the color wheel, we try to figure out how does this work? And does color perhaps have density? And when we look at our density, we are in the hesitancy highway. And so in terms of our physicality, we are in the most dense state. It is also the lowest energy state. Well, when we say the lowest energy state, what we're talking about is the lowest plasma energy state. But when we talk about density, then we're talking about the gravitational field forces. And, you know, there's nothing more gravitational than sweeping things under the carpet. That's as low as you can get. And of course, there's a sequencing, so we don't want to put the cart before the horse. So we had a lot of apples, and of course, the horses ate the apples. And so we had to go from cart wheels to color wheels. And we wonder, is it skill or is it luck? And why are we discussing that? Because we're still searching for outer space. And so the fundamental thing about gravity is gravity seeks density. So we're seeking gravitational density to the plasma highway, to our little pie in the sky. And in many ways, we've achieved that. We've got that little piece of pie in the sky, and that's all we got. And when we look at the rest of the universe, we wonder, well, wait a second. Why are we just so happy with that little piece of pie? When we look at the pie chart and we wonder, well, can't we have the rest of the pie? And so we find that there's a factor with the speed of light. It limits transmission. But the speed of light has variable transition, and we know that because we have many colors. And then the question becomes is, well, what color is our soul? And are we disconnected from the soul? And then when we look at the rest of the universe and we say, how far is that? And we measure it in light years. Isn't that interesting? So, as I said, we'd like to have another piece, But maybe what we need to do is have another pie. And so when we talk about prejudice, we look at the Earth space and its range details. And so we have a periodic table of elements, but these are not all the elements that are in the universe. So these are just the prejudicial elements related to Earth space. And then, of course, there's the fundamental four: carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. And they form a tetrahedron, which we call a star formation. And from there, we do a lot of putting things together. But when we bring things together, we usually have a delivery system. And when we look at the energy coming from the sun, we can't see the delivery system. It comes by light. And when we look at what's in between the planets and between the sun and the earth and the other solar systems, we can't see that delivery system. And yet we make references on the zodiac, and these things have to do with a round pie. And we cut up this pie into 12 pieces, and each piece is 30 degrees. So that's how we have 360 degrees in a circle. And each of these members of the zodiac are kind of referenced to a color. And so that's what we're talking about. And one of the references that we have is targeting. And we want to capture that target. And what we use on this planet is called eyesight. And if we don't have eyesight, then we have to use mind sight, which means that eyesight and mind sight are two of the same. But since we use our eyes to look through the sights of the rifle, we're always given the advice, do not shoot until you see the whites of the eyes. And so interestingly, the whites surround the iris. And the iris comes in colors. And so we say that the white has every color, but it's white as a uniform color. And so when those colors differentiate and become individual, then they seem to cross over in the iris. And there's a study called iridology, which examines the color of the iris. And some people who understand this can determine the quality of your health. But when we pass the iris, we get into the pupils. And the pupils are the only black spot on our body. So we see the range from whiteness to blackness. And so if we say the white is every color and the black is no color. And why is the black no color? It isn't that it doesn't have a color. It's that the color that is being delivered is actually being delivered in. And when we look at the eyes, we're out. And so what do we see? We see the whiteness. So what we see is every color. And what we don't see is every color. So overall, what we're talking about with the various colors is this comes within the captured field. And so that's what we're doing with our eyes. We see the white eye with the colored iris and the black pupil. And that's part of the captured field. And all the colors, regardless of the color, are in there. And some of us have difficulty seeing those colors, but nevertheless, we see a difference. So what we wanted to do was to cause a little diffraction, and this is what happens when light goes through a crystal. And it's kind of interesting because these remind me of pool cues. You forgive me if I digress a little bit, because we're going to bring some billiard balls in, because what's really nice about the billiard balls is that they come in colors. And there's a variety of colors. And they range from black to white. And of course, they're operating in that sea of green. Remember that sea of green that we had the yellow submarine in the sea of green? And so there's a game that is played on this sea of green. It's called snooker. And the colored balls, which of all the colors are colored, but we refer to the colored balls as the balls that have only one ball per color. And the balls that have common color, well, we call them the red balls. And so let's rack them up, get out the pool cue, and the white ball is the cue ball. So the white ball is the shooter. And of course, the black ball is what decides the game, because whoever sinks the last ball will win the game. And so this is a game of snooker, very popular game around the world. And I often wonder, where does the word snooker come from? And it's a derogatory term that they call a real snooker. And it comes from a comment that Chamberlain made about a player who missed a shot. He called him a real snooker, referring to his lack of experience. Snooker being a slang, a term for a first-year cadet in the military. And the first official set of rules for snooker were drafted in 1882 at, are you ready? Uttakamund in Madras province. Let's just digress a little bit more. And as you can see, there is even a rainbow in Madras province. Looks kind of like our rainbows. And Uttakamund is commonly known as Udi for short. And the proper name is Udhaga Mandalam. And I don't know if I put the right emphasis on the right syllable, but this is a resort town in the western Ghats Mountains in southern India's Tamil Nadu state. Founded as a British Raj summer resort. And it retains a working steam railway line. Just thought I'd throw that in for interest. And other reminders of its colonial past include Stonehouse, a 19th century residence, and the circa 1829 St. Stephen's Church. And there's a 55-acre government botanical garden lies on the slopes of the Doda Beta Peak. Well, I hope you enjoyed that little side trip. Back to the plasma science. We're talking about Marin Tavakoli Keshe's books. Number one, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And one of the things that we look at, the matter state, and we see that it comes in colors. The dark matter, of course, is very dark, and the antimatter, well, it kind of looks goldish. And then we look at the structure of light. And is there a structure of light? And this is why we brought up the subject of density of color, because light comes in colors, doesn't it? But also it travels between places. And so when we look at the cover of the book, it comes from one place, goes to another place. And the way it does that is it's encapsulated in the structure of the light. And then, of course, there's book number 3, which we always thought should be book number 1, which is the origin of the universe. But interestingly enough, the origin of the universe splits up into 2 universes. And of course, we get the small pie. Everybody else gets the big pie. And then out of that small pie, we only get a piece. And at that, a very small piece. So we've been trying for 356 weeks with Rick Crammond and the Universal Council members to bring forward the concept of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. Because let's face it, if you were a universal traveler, you wouldn't say that you're from Madras. You wouldn't say that you're from North America. I think you would say that you're from Earth. And that's an important point. And so when we come to Earth, there were rules. And these rules were waiting for us, and we only had 10. Again, shortchanged. And now we find out there's 24. But who wrote these rules? We know who wrote the snooker rules. And maybe these are an extension of the snooker rules. So we're trying to get on the plasma highway. That's our goal. But where we are is on the transmission highway. We still are. And we see there's a frequency. And of course, we try to elevate ourselves to the transition highway because that is the next step. And not just for us, but for a lot of people. And so if we can get to the transmutation highway, that's certainly going to broaden our scope, isn't it? And that's where we're going to go. So one of the things that we have to do with respect to our knowledge is we have to have a strong foundation. And a foundation has to have cornerstones. And one of the things that's a really good question is, where is the corner of the sphere? And so we look at the universe, and then we look at our solar system, and then we see the color wheel. And our understanding gets smaller and smaller. And the reason for it is because the knowledge we need to know gets larger and larger. So we have to make relationship choices. So we found that in the transmission highway, we have 3 dimensions. So we need the 3 dimensions because it's a sphere. And then if we want to elevate to the transmutation, we have to go through a transmission dimension, and it has 3 dimensions because it is a sphere. And then when we get to the transmutation, we have to understand the rules are the same. And so it has to have 3 dimensions because it too is a sphere. And so if we just discuss the transmission and the transmutation dimension, well, that kind of looks like a duality. But when we look at the various dimensions, we find that these dimensions are also energy levels. So what we see in terms of transmission, transition, and transmutation is we see the matter, antimatter, and the dark matter the same way. So the physical matter, of course, is part of the matter state. The matter state does have a plasmatic state, but the plasma state can remain exclusively in the plasma state. And so when we look at the universe, it becomes a choice whether or not it manifests into the physicality. So that this is the thing that we have to understand. So when we're looking at these energies and how they relate, the surface to volume ratios make a difference because they reflect on energy transfer And of course, they deal with the spheres. And so that all the spheres are not the same size. So when we say 1 and 1, they're not necessarily the same size. And so if the volume changes, then the surface area changes. And these become part of the feeding dimensions. And the changeability in those two factors will obviously affect the answer, which is the feedback dimension. What we have to understand is the feedback dimension does not eliminate the feeding dimensions. In order to maintain these dimensions, there has to be a constant feeding and a constant feedback, and they all have to work together. So the two feeding dimensions plus the answer gives us 3 feedback dimensions. Because let's say you were hungry and you needed feeding. And now you needed to leave the table where you were feeding or dining, and you have to go somewhere, let's say work, for instance. You're not feeding, are you? Like you're not taking a feed bag like you would give to a horse that they go walk around the track with a feed bag on their head. And yet you are maintaining your MAGRAV condition. So therefore, somehow, you must be continually feeding. So you're not feeding from the table, you're feeding from something else. Whether you're feeding from the table or feeding from somewhere else, you're getting feedback. And so this is going on, and it's going on in 3 dimensions. And you're just observing what's going on. So you're not in any of those 3 dimensions. You're in the 4th dimension all by yourself. So when we're looking at the energy transfer state, we see that there's an atomic state and a nanostate and a GAN state, but these are all in the physical state as we understand them. And then in between, there's an energy transfer state. And it's a good thing because we need to be able to get, shall we say, that stairway to go up from the atomic state to the nanostate, because the nanostate is in a higher energy state. So we need to climb up the stairs and then climb up the stairs again to the GAN state. But equally, we need to climb down the stairs from the GAN state to the nanostate and then from the nanostate to the atomic state. But there's no rule that says that we have to go one step at a time. We can skip steps. And maybe we can just go from the atomic state to the GAN state. And this all depends on our susceptibility, and it affects our matter-gen convergence. And these are all determined by magnetical and gravitational field forces. So we find that the transfer state that takes us from the transmission to the transition also has to be in 3 dimensions. And then to go from the transition state to the transmutation state, well, there's another transfer state. And it too has to be in 3 dimensions. So these transfer state dimensions affect the transition matter transition. So now we have complete spheres in 5 states: transmission, transition, transmutation, and transfer states in between. And then when we look at the creation of the universe, and we say, how is the universe created? Well, the universe exists from energy. And since energy is positive, the charge of energy is positive. So the charge that we say of energy is not a concern. The direction of the motion is a concern because the energy is always in motion. So is it coming or going? And if it's coming or going, then it has to work in combination with something else. And so we find that all things working in combination, and this becomes important. But now we have different energy states. And so we've discussed the physical matter states, and we know that there's a plasmatic matter state, do the rules apply to the plasmatic, dynamic plasmatic state? And what about the staircase that goes from state to state that we call the transfer state? Why not? So the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And on Earth, we abuse that rule and it becomes a conflict point. And at that point of conflict, we get this binding. Now, some people would say that that binding is a war zone, but that binding is also conflict resolution point because it becomes a point of containment. And once you have a point of containment, now you can get the energy because you have a field to contain that energy in. And of course, you've got to let it run. You can't just catch it and hold it and stop it because energy is always in motion. So you have to give it a track. And so a lot of people, too many people on this planet, understand that energy binding is a self-serving need. But if we do it at the expense of others and ignore the consequences, which are that the person we lie, cheat, or steal from, or even murder at the extreme, they need this energy because it's binding for their self-serving needs. And if you steal it from them, instead of getting it from where you got it from originally, then they are diminished. And so it causes a reaction. And in the absence of knowledge on Earth, retaliation is a common emotion. It's unfortunate. Call it a human fault, a human failing, a human weakness. But it's very natural, isn't it? So, did we have that as a baby? And the answer is no. So that means that is an acquired emotion. What do you mean by acquired emotion? Well, it's just like food. You like it hot and spicy, and someone likes it plain. It's an acquired taste. Someone likes it rare, someone likes it well done. It's an acquired taste. So these emotions in the matter state are acquired tastes. And so we use that as justification. Well, let's see if we can acquire something else here. So we were forced to learn about the cups of life, and this became the pandemic dividend because we learned about the monatomic process and the monatomic science and how we were able to create different ganses. We created different cups of life. We created emotional cups and we created physical cups. And the combination of these cups were representative of the cups of man. And then we created other ganses. And all of these became a part of the radiance manifestation, which meant that when we created the cups, we didn't bring the GANs. We created the GANs. And we even created amino acid and water. And now we can create many earth ganses. And they come in different colors. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that the difference between all the elements is their density, because their density has to do with mass. And so one would think that the earth ganses would also have that difference. And we know that there is a difference because we see sometimes the layers within the bottles that hold the GANs. We see the fluffy GANs at the top and the coarser GANs at the bottom, even though all the GANs settle to the bottom because they're more dense than water. So that is obvious, isn't it? Because you can see the water in the bottles and it's less dense than the GANs. So we know that density is a factor here. And of course, we can see that the GANs are more gravitational than the water. So we can see that as well. So it's logical to conclude that there's a relationship between gravitational field forces and density. So when we're looking at the principal matter and we say, okay, well, the PM texts that are traveling through the universe are part of the principal matter. And when they come together within the Earth, then they converge and create the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter, and they convert it into the plasmagen matter, which is still plasmatic and only becomes part of our physicality when we have a field interaction, which we call inertia, which we call a maggrav. But that maggrav is gravitational. And so we can have a maggrav exclusively in the plasma state. We can have a maggrav exclusively in the physical state. And we can have a maggrav that has kind of a duality between the plasma state and the physical state. This is what we call the matter plasma dimension, where we have the physical state, which we can touch and see, the seeing being part of the gravitational reality because our pupils are black. And then we have the plasma reality, which is part of the feeding. And we can't touch it, we can't see it. So either way, we find that our understanding of the plasma science is all based on the feedback. And that feedback could be in the plasmatic state or in the physical state. These are all part of the matter plasma dimensions. A long time ago, when I was introduced to physics, I mean, a long time ago, over 30 years ago, I read a book about Michio Kaku that wrote Hyperspace. And he's an American physicist, science communicator, futurologist, and writer of popular science. He's a professor of theoretical physics at the City College of New York, at the CUNY Graduate Center. And so this Hyperspace book is a scientific odyssey through parallel universes, time warps, and the 10th dimension. Pretty exotic stuff. I was very impressed. But then there was another book from Michael Talbot, The Holographic Universe. This is a very important subject in today. Michael Talbot was born in Michigan, and they say he was a versatile author whose works traversed the realms of science fiction, mysticism, and theoretical physics. Quite the range. And his most notable contribution, of course, was the book, The Holographic Universe, where he compellingly amalgamates concepts from quantum physics and Eastern mysticism to propose that the universe might be understood as a vast, interconnected hologram. So, visible, but not tangible. So that also becomes part of the matter state. And so when we're looking exclusively at matter state, we say, well, matter state is an affirmation of life. And if we say, well, that's the only reality, since it's only a small piece of the pie, it's more a denial of life, isn't it? Because we're missing the rest of the program. So life is based on equality. And so the laws of conservation have to be based on the same thing. So when we look at the science of physics, we say that's part of the matter state. And the science of spirituality, well, that's part of the plasma state, isn't it? But in the plasma science, everything is basically related to its magnetical and gravitational field forces. And as scientists are constantly looking for this unified field theory, it's a real wonder that they're ignoring us. This has been a goal of so many scientists, and it's one of the reasons they write so many books. And in physics, the unified field theory is a type of field theory that allows all that is usually thought of as a fundamental force and elementary particles to be written in terms of a pair of physical and virtual fields. So according to modern discoveries in physics, forces are not transmitted directly between interacting objects, but instead are described and interpreted by intermediary entities called fields. I wonder what boxers would think of this. But I digress. We talked about the relationship of one-on-one inequality. We find it equals more than two. And so we have to understand that the one and the one are not necessarily the same one, but when they come into combination, that there's a bonus. And that bonus we call a synergy. But the synergy is not just restricted to one and one. One could be a combination already, and the other one could be an additional one. So we have a bigger one and a smaller one, and when we bring the two together, well, we get more than both, but both are more than three. And so we can extend all of this knowledge to relate to the Earth's prejudice, the table of elements, because there's definitely more than three. In the star formation level, there's four. So when we bring these two together, we hitch them up. But what happens when we do blending? What happens then? And somehow we get this black hole. Kind of looks like the pupil of your eye. So what we see is that things working in combination, when you take two things and you create a third thing, and we've already agreed to that. But when you blend them and you put them together in a field, then you come up with something else. And that something else may not be related to what you started with. So it depends on the components, and it depends on the external forces, among other things. So we find that last week we talked about painting. And when we were finger painting, we liked the three basic colors, red, yellow, and blue. And we found that when we mixed the colors, we could get oranges and greens. Greens are part of what we see on color computer monitors. And those colors are red, green, and blue. And from those three colors, we get all the colors plus white and black. So what we call RGB color is red, green, and blue. And we tried, didn't we? We really tried. we tried to get yellow and orange and some other colors. And then we decided to, shall we say, blend them. And we got this brown color. So we see that all of these are part of the physical matter state. So we mixed all the colors together. We couldn't get yellow, we couldn't get orange, and we couldn't get white either. So for example, let's look at an acrylic painting, because there's some unique properties of acrylic paint. And when I say look at it, I mean, we're the observers, right? And so we're going to try and see what the artist is doing here. And so the artist has delivered blobs of color, and let's see what happens. So we found that by blending these colors together, you could see that there were different densities, and the colors were overlapping. And then, of course, the artist was using different techniques. And so these blobs started to take some shape. And if we fast forward, we created an image. And this image was a picture. But this picture seems to be a little out of focus. But what it represents is that the different colors of paint had different densities. And so the colors were overlapping. Now, the way our eye moves, it moves digitally. We can't scan. We look, we move, we look, we move, we look, we move. And somehow we get an analog picture. And so the picture that we get with respect to the eye and the image that we capture within the field of the eye is a point. So how do we get the image of this picture? Because it doesn't seem to be in very good focus. I mean, it just looks like a bunch of spots and swirls and things. And yet we could see the man and the dog and the flowers and the trees and the pathway. And that is the blur fill that our brain fulfills. So we convert the digital eye movement into an analog blur fill, and we create this image. So that's exactly what happens to all the colors that we see. All the colors, well, all the colors in the rainbow. And there are colors that we don't see. Well, some do. They call them auras. So we know about that. And these auras kind of reflect the soul of the physicality. And we can see the colors. And they remind us of the color wheel. But the soul of physicality works as a form of encapsulation. And we know that from Kirlian photography, because we can see that the image of the aura is beyond the boundary of the physicality. And so we know that the physicality grows into the aura. And we also know that if we take a leaf and take a picture of its aura and maybe cut a part of it off, that we can still see the aura even though we've cut off the physical component. So the aura remains. You can't cut the aura. And all the components of the physicality are manifest from the aura, from the soul of physicality. And we know that we have many, many parts. So we're shall we say, a little bit more complex than a leaf. We have arms and legs, but we also have kidneys and stomachs and lungs. And all of these are overlapping fields. And we know that because we have gravitational confirmation, but we also have to understand that in the beginning, there was hydrogen. And we know it's hydrogen because it emits a spectrum, a color spectrum, a visible color spectrum, unique to hydrogen. And so we know that it's hydrogen. And interestingly enough, doesn't matter where in the universe that color spectrum exists. It's unique to hydrogen. But the color spectrum comes from the magnetical field forces of the sun interacting with those of the earth and those of the universe. And those are all converging magnetical field forces coming together in this gravitational context. And of course, oxygen has the same rule set, but it has a different emission spectrum, unique, and also, again, manifest in color. And doesn't matter where the oxygen is in the universe, it'll always have that same emission spectrum, that same manifestation of that fingerprint in color that's visible to us. So what we're seeing when we're seeing is the magnetical residue, a residue of the attraction of gravitational forces of convergence with the repulsion of the magnetical forces of divergence, which is why each of us is an independent variable in an interdependent universe. Because in order for us to exist on Earth, we're dependent on Earth. And since Earth exists in the universe, we're dependent on the universe as well. So those who think they can live without it, well, hard to do. And our communication with the rest of the universe has an area of transition. The supragranular layer consists of only 3 layers around the brain. And so that what we take into our brain through our eyes then is converted into our vision. However, that's what we see with our eyes. But we don't eat with our eyes. So there has to be another line of communication. And the transition zone for that line of communication is through the supragranular layer, which encapsulates the brain and communicates with the rest of the universe. So our brain is in physicality, and the universe is operating in a plasma reality. And all of us are part of this reality all around the world. And this world is spinning. We're not spinning. We're on the earth that is spinning. So there's a rotating field. So each of us is a point. But when we look at the earth and how it's spinning, then we're just a blur. We're just an analogous blur. And that analogy is humanity. And each of us is an independent variable in that analogous blur. And so that's our point of view. So what we're seeing on Earth is from our point of view. And the universal community is looking from their point of view. And of course, the creator is looking from his point of view. And what he needs is the feedback from our point of view. So there's an exchange of energy. What kind of brush are we using? So we find that we're using magnetic and gravitational field forces. So since these PM ticks are coming to us, as we said, they're magnetical. And if they're magnetical, that means they're coming to us because we're gravitational. So our point of view is gravitational. And since white is every color and black is no color, that means the white is coming to us, but the black is going away from us. So now we understand the direction of the field flow. We are absorbing the light. We are absorbing what we see, and we're interpreting what we see. And this is one of the reasons we only believe what we see, not realizing that what we see is coming from another source. And so we only see that, well, that little piece of pie, that's all we see, right? That's that little piece of pie at that moment in time, that point. And when we look up or we look around, but if we don't look, then forget about it. We don't see anything. So what we see is a combination of all the main colors. And so we see the main common colors in the rainbow in 7 segments. So we find that these segments, because they're gravitational, converge at a gravitational point. And we say that gravitational point is more dense. So if the gravitational point is in the center, then the circumference is magnetical. And it's not just one point, but every segment of the pie has the same. The rules are the same. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So that's the whole picture. We're only seeing part of the picture, and that's our point of view at a particular point in time. And so our particular point in time is our segment. 1 out of 7 of the main colors. And this is an important number to understand, like 7 days in the week, because we know the story of Utnapishtim. That was Noah and his ark, and how he saved everything on this planet. And everything came in 2 by 2. But he didn't have any fish. Only land creatures and some humans. I wonder if he had the plants as well, or did he need to have them? So the question is, well, do you remember? Well, the thing about Noah and his ark is because Noah has a story. And that story is the same on all 7 continents. And each continent has its own civilization. So that story is the same story. And that story was the Great Flood. And that story was many generations ago, and it wiped everything out. This was the great transgenerational washing. We all like to do a lot of washing. So when we look at these colors of the rainbow, we see that there's 7 colors that are main colors. And then beyond those colors, we know from our color spectrums that inside the blue, which is on the inside of the arc, in the non-visible, it tends to go to the ultraviolet. And the red, which is on the outside of the arc, in the non-visible goes to the infrared. And it doesn't matter where you look, the Earth is spinning, but as we move around, the blue is still on the inside and the red is still on the outside, and that continues and all the way around. And it's consistent. The blue is always on the inside and the red is always on the outside, except when we have a double rainbow. And then things flip around. And then we find that the blue is on the outside and the red is on the inside. And so the relationship in the non-visible spectrum beyond the blue is the ultraviolet, and within the red is the infrared. And so we find there's this zone, there's an infrared zone in between the two rainbows. And when you look at the color, which is no color, it's invisible, kind of darker. What that means. So when we die, they say your soul crosses the bardo. And so this rainbow is part of the peace dome. It's a reflection of what's going on Earth, and it seems to be well organized. So within the Earth, we have the blue on the inside, but the outside, the blue is on the outside, creates a pathway. And that pathway is for our soul to go home. And now we're saying, please take your body with you. Thou shalt not litter. So when we look at the matter plasma, it's from an earthbound point of view. And we see that the earth part is the feedback part, because that's the energy we're getting from the sun. And the double rainbow is the feedback part, and that's the energy we're getting from the earth. So we find that in between there is the feeding part. So we've already established that the feeding part is part of the magnetical. The feedback part is part of the gravitational. And we've already established that within the rainbow, the blue is on the inside and the red is on the outside. So the blue is gravitational and the red is magnetical. And we've already established that beyond the color, the visible color, going into the ultraviolet, which is non-visible, is on the blue side, making it more gravitational. And so the infrared is magnetical, even though it's non-visible. And so when we look at the colors and we see the relationship of the magnetic to the gravitational, we see that there's a relationship between wavelength and frequency. And the measurement of the wavelength and the frequency are exclusive to the physical science. And there's a susceptibility. As the wavelength increases, the frequency decreases. And then the opposite is true. And so always the relationship between the wavelength and the frequency is constant. That's why the speed of light is constant. But the color is not constant. The color is changeable. And when we put all the colors together, we get white. And when there's no colors, well, then it's black. So we see the colors that are coming, and we don't see any colors when they're going. So if we see that the speed of light is dependent on the wavelength and frequency. And the more dense it is, the more mass it is, according to the periodic table of prejudice that the Earth has. Then we find that light has mass, because that's the only accounting for the difference. So the soul has mass. And we're talking about the physicality. And if we're talking about two dimensions, we're talking about the inverse square law, where we see that the light intensity increases as you get closer to the light. Well, that applies to the three dimensions, the inverse cube law, same thing. So where we said that energy is equal to mc squared, well, energy is equal to mc cubed. And c is replaced by wavelength and frequency. So what does that mean? So we have the gravitational field force at the center, what we see from our point of view, and the magnetical field forces coming in. And then we see the manifestation and the physicality of the visible light. And so there's a red, and then comes the next color, and that's orange, and we find that it is on the inside, on the gravitational side. So if it's on the gravitational side, it needs to be more dense. Then comes the yellow, it's more dense again. Then the green, then the blue, and the dark blue, then the violet. So as we continue into the ultraviolet, then we get into the gravitational force field. And in our eyes, we see the iris, and in the center, we see the pupil, and it's black. And so all of these lights that are coming in, they are different from the paint. They are different in the sequence, and they're different in the way that they're combined. So when we know the matter plasma dimension, when we blend red with blue, we get, when we blend yellow with blue, we get green. And when we blend, red with yellow, we get orange. But our computer monitors, we get every color when we blend red, green, and blue together. So the color that is reflected from the paint is different from the color that we get from the interaction of the energies coming from the sun. Because the sun is bringing the light, and then our interpretation of that light comes in colors. And we see that light, which is all at the same speed within our Earth space, is affected by the gravitational force. And there's a curvature. And since gravity seeks density, then that curvature and that color is impacted by the density. And so when we look at the transmission spectrum, all we see is that little point of containment, which is a containment of the plasmatic interaction. And then beyond that, we have the ultraviolet, which has a lower frequency. And then we'll be beyond, on the other side, we have the ultraviolet, which has a higher frequency. So the ultraviolet is gravitational, the infrared is magnetical. And so when we have an extreme amount of high frequency, it creates like a bar-like image, doesn't it? It almost looks, we don't see the frequency, we see a flat line. And then on the infrared, as the frequency diminishes, that frequency gets lower and lower and lower, and also is working towards a flat line. not as thick maybe, but still a flat line. And then we see that there's one point that we come where we can go one step beyond. And so that's the difference between the surface superficiality of the physical and the internal substance of the plasma substrate. Because regardless of where you are, from one point beyond and one step beyond on the other side, there are all these points. And our vision combines all of these points together in an analogous blur fill. And that's created by our interpretation of what we see. And if it's only restricted to what we see, we can clearly see why the plasma science has limitations. So conservation of susceptibility has to go beyond. Not only are we dependent variables, but we are independent plasmatic variables. And so there's a magnetical susceptibility and a gravitational susceptibility, and there's a balance. And so we see that these are all in 3 dimensions, and it's not linear, is it? Because we can clearly see the sine wave. And so we find from the gyroscopes that we have to have a rotating field in all 3 dimensions in order for us to maintain a balance. And in the process of attaining that balance, we have less density. So if we understand the pH table, and we say the acid side is less dense and the alkaline side is more dense, then we can say that the light that we absorb from the sun is the magnetical light, and the light that we see from our paint is the gravitational. And so when we're talking about Z-axis transmutation quadrants, so below, so above, so to the left, and so to the right, these are all the basic rules of range transition. And it isn't the 4 fields of the unified field theory. It's 2 fields of the plasmatic theory of magnetical and gravitational interaction of force fields. So we have a physical reality, and we have a plasmatic reality, and we have a lower energy and a higher energy. And so we find that this is how it's reflected in our light. The light that we have with respect to our higher density is the colors that we create and paint. If we look at the colors that are around us, that are created, are the colors that are brought to us. And these colors, in order to manifest in physicality, have to have a mass, have to have a density, and have to have a field interaction, which we call inertia, between the magnetical field forces from the sun, the earth, and the universe, converging gravitationally to our point of view. And the rules are the same. Whether we're in the atomic state, the monatomic, polyatomic, or the plasma field state. And then, of course, we can go one step beyond. And we always can go higher, right? But what happens on the lower end? We have this barrier. How do we go beyond on that side? Because we are equal. Because it's a two-way street. And how do we do that? And when you answer that question, and then you understand that the earth has gold in the fields, and the Keshe Foundation has created fields of gold. So we have a path choice to make based on path link and susceptibility. So our attention is part of our emission, isn't it? And our retention, well, it's also part of our emission. So we interact to create the emission of intention. In other words, what we give is what we want to give. And we also give what we don't need. So we have to give both. And for those who take, they can take what they need. And those who are in need can accept the gift of our emission. Because when we give what we don't need and we give what we want, then we get what we want. So if you want peace, we will get peace because we set up an antenna for message feeding and a feedback manifestation. So all of this transmission has to be tuned through a transition. And how do we do this? We select one force, which is magnetical, and balance it by a force selection of another gravitational force. And so this resulting selections feeds this MAGRAV manifestation. And the selection process is predetermined. And we can predetermine it by choosing the peace dome of intention. And why not? Because that's how the universe was created, wasn't it? So the emission of intention affects standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. The transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. We have to understand that. So our perception balance is a plasma perception balance. And for many of us, the knowledge and wisdom that gives us deeper insight. And we call that experience. But that will change a man's perspective, won't it? It allows us to reflect on life. But is that what life is? It's just a reflection? Is it just a painting? Or is life what we emit? Is there an artistry, not just in the painting, but in the organization and the cooperation? Or are we just finger painters and just create a hodgepodge, a discord, and enhance it with betrayal? So we look at the pH of the MAGRAV, and we see that the rotating field affects the transmutation transition. So we see the four fields of the star formation and physicality create a plasmatic field. And of course, we say that ours is a blue planet. But since we're absorbing every color, we're not a brown planet, right? When we do our finger painting and we mess all the colors together, we get a dark color. And yet when we look at the planet, we see that it's blue. Is that a reflection or is that an emission? So the speed of rotation transmutes in both the micro and the macro. The pH of peace transcends all of the ranges. There are many points on the field strength of the dove. And we are practicing that with the nutrition and wellness transmutation tests that we've been running for 3 months. Started in November. One's coming up in December. There'll be another one in January 2025. And the research needs to keep going because this is the future. The future is all in the transmutation because the range transition transcends the Z-axis transmutation dimensions. See, the law of conservation governs not only the covalent, but the trivalent and tetravalent bonding attributes. And containment acquires the gravitational tensity and mass. But the soul of the man cannot be abandoned. We discard a lot of things, but that cannot be discarded. That is always there. And this is what we've been trying to teach for 568 knowledge seeker workshops in a row every Thursday, transcending the limitations of nuclear science, trying to achieve the greater oneness of the plasma science, so that we can not only bring peace on earth, but bring peace to the universe and join the universal community, because we are the universal community. We are the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty we've always asked. Sign it with a pen, sign it with true intention, sign it with your soul. Because you cannot lie in outer space. There's no poker games in outer space. Everyone can see your true intention, and they will not fight you. They will just leave you lonely. And you'll see that man is a reactor of a three-dimensional transcendent universe. There are no straight lines through the field transmutation. Man can go into outer space without a peace dome. Can man transmute through the dimensions of history? And so we see the sphere creation takes the peace dome with you in the X, Y, and Z axis dimensions. And the color density gains momentum for the physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age, and that's the end of the class. I hope you all enjoyed the class. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Let's see if that triggered any questions or queries from our participants. Feel free to open your mic. That's why you have them. When Mr. Keshe is talking about replacing the defense workers in a way, not replacing the workers, but giving them a new technology or a new toy to play with. If we have millions of people working with the plasma, I think they'll be talking about it quite a bit, wouldn't you? And this will bring, if there's 25 million people working in this industry or moving into space or whatever they're going to be doing, there's going to be a lot of talk about plasma and the new words, the nanomaterial, and all kinds of things, magravs and star formations. And so I would think if we had all these people talking about it, it certainly will, in a way, entice the population to get interested in what this new science is. That's quite a lot of people working in a lot of different areas. So this may be, in a way, as a launching point, I think, to like spread the, at least the first interest in the plasma technology across, where they're starting, the population will be talking about this in a way. They're saying there's a lot of people working in these industries. What is this new nano thing they're creating, or what's this GANS for health or other things? So I think this is a beautiful plan coming together where immediately, in a way, you'll have millions of new, could we call them knowledge seekers, Alex? Or would they just be doing it for a job?
Isn't that a good question? So, you see a lot of people who have a career, they've done 30, 40 years working at the same job. And I often wonder, is that all you want? Because it all depends on what you get in terms of fulfillment. And the knowledge seeking is inherent, but there has to be a continuation of knowledge seeking, and in order to have that, there has to be that desire. And that desire comes from the emotion. So if we understand that within our field containment, there is an existence, but that's just a small piece of the pie. And if we are humble so as not to be greedy, or we don't want to be greedy so as to be humble, it's a contrived, noble idea. You have to understand that we are interdependent. So the peace is a natural prerequisite for that. You know, you can't have a warmonger as a neighbor. So if you want to have peace in your community, then you have a peaceful neighbor. And we have to understand that and accept that as a matter of fact. It's not that we need to be a special knowledge seeker to understand that. But what you're talking about, Mark, is a very important point, because there's a practicality to it. And this is one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, the practicality, because for the majority of people on this planet, the practicality is living day to day and covering the expenses day to day, covering the rent or the mortgage month to month.
You mean surviving day to day, more or less?
Yeah.
Trying to.
Yeah, without, understanding that the universe is a benevolent place. So, I mean, you can imagine how stressful it is to move, to go from one place to another. Or let's add some stress. You get evicted. Now you've got to move. Or let's add some more stress. Someone comes in and bombs your city. If you survive, then you've got to run for your life. And you forget all about your belongings. You just take what you can grab and go. And you start again. So that becomes very stressful. Well, think about it. When you were born, you didn't come with any baggage. And what a stressful trip that was. I mean, really think about it. You navigated somehow. You don't know how you navigated. You obviously weren't in control. And yet you had the faith to overcome that stress. And it wasn't stressful. Not really. It was a welcoming. You came into your mother's womb, nice and warm, and she was loving. And so that was good. And then you come into the life and you see the stress. And you say, well, wow, did I make a mistake? Is that what life is all about? So we just forget that we've gone through the most stressful thing, being born. And we survived very, very well. And we did that with literally blind faith, because we certainly didn't see it with the eyes. We didn't have eyes to see. And we didn't see it with our brain. We didn't have a brain to process the blur film. So how do we carry that knowledge? How do we carry that knowledge that we created a body, that we created organs, and that they all work together and functioned? How do we do that? And we just dismiss it, like it's a dirty pair of socks. Well, that's the way I was born, and, thank God I was born. Now I'm going to do it my way. Really? That is not being humble. And that is not being a knowledge seeker. That's being a limiter, a terrorist, a warmonger. And as long as we can operate in the lower energy states by those rules and get away with it, where through the delay and consequences, it's out of sight, out of mind, or, We don't see the one-to-one correlation between our conduct and the consequences. It's okay. Kick the can down the road, so to speak. But why do we choose that? Because it's the lowest energy state. And are we humble in that regard? Really, that's contrived. The humbleness is being able to draw the energy from the universe and process it on behalf of the universe, not on behalf of your self-serving needs. You have self-serving needs, and you need to absorb that energy. That gives you your gravitational stability. And from there, you discard what you don't need, but also you emit what you want. And so that's where the twinity comes in. And when you emit what you want, then you will get what you want. And that, what you want, will converge with that what you need. Only if you want that on behalf of. So you want to be a provider for your family, which means you want to provide on behalf of your family. That's how you create peace and prosperity and growth and harmony. If you want on behalf of your pocketbook, your position, and your fake power, then that's what you will get. You will get fake peace. You will get stress. You will get war. You will get disharmony. And you won't get glory because the truth will always come out. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, anyone else? Imagine if the instead of all these articles on war in the newspaper every day, we're going to see some beautiful articles about scientists have discovered that even a grain of sand has a soul. Wow. I didn't know a grain of sand had a soul. I wonder where my soul is. I think it's going to be quite beautiful, or other people have gotten elevated for going through a certain process. We're going to diminish all these, how many people got killed, and the new weapon systems we're shipping, and the billions we're spending, and we need to defeat this one and that one. I think it's going to be a whole paradigm shift of totally away from discussing war and killing into calmness, elevation, and just researching the plasma technology. And then, of course, when the universal community gets involved, this will be a whole new dimension that people may not quite be ready for, but hopefully they will. As we know, they're from the same creator as we are. We just don't understand the process of creation and the creator. So I foresee a whole new we'll need a lot of writers as well for these articles. So there's going to be positions for everyone, I believe, to take part in this process, whether you're a researcher or a writer, a reporter. Yeah.
And the subject that came up this week, with the blessing of the weapons, this is the hardest lesson that we have to learn. We have to understand that the hand that caresses the child and that hand that pulls the trigger on the gun to kill someone else's child is the same hand. And how do you differentiate from one action from another? And so that becomes a contrived story, isn't it? And so the truth of the matter is that there is a reason why one caresses the child and why one kills. And whether he kills a child, or whether he kills the father of the child, or whether he kills, the son of a parent, or whether he kills the parent of the son. Everyone is someone's child. So how do you make that determination? And the only way that you can determine that is from your point of view. And when your point of view is that of your color, and your color influences your prejudice. And so we find that we're all colors. We're all part of the human family, and we come in different colors. So to be prejudicial based on color is a false notion. And to fight based on color is a false notion. So what's the fighting all about? So there's some hidden motivation. And so what I'm saying is that as a human making a decision, whether to caress a human, a child, or whether to kill a human or a child, is not a human decision. Because all of us came to this planet, we were all born the same way. So where did the divergence come from? And once you have the answer to that question, then you will understand how, when we look at the universal community, they don't ask what color you are. They don't ask what town you're from or what country you're from. When they ask where you're from Earth. And everyone knows that the Earth is the home of the humanity family. Is that the truth? Is that the truth? So you're the head of your family and you caress one child and you shoot your other child. By what determination would you make that decision? When both childs are part of your family. You can see that that's a contrived decision. And that's where the problem sits. And you can only make that decision based on physicality. Once you get into the plasma reality, which engages the creator, and the creator creates everything, and everything is good because the creator created it. Why would you create something that's bad? So that is the rule. That's why the plasma science, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So it feeds it. So we need to feed also. That's the rule. Back to you.
Okay, any questions from our panelists, our guests? Whether you agree or disagree or would like to change the subject and go into a totally different position. And perhaps this reverence for life, because obviously at this point we have a total irreverence for life in so many different ways. I think this will be another part of the ethos where we start respecting all life, no matter what it is, even if it's something we don't like, perhaps, like fire ants around our house or getting in there, where we learn to change the condition rather than to straight away go for the killing of the entity. I think this will be another revelation to mankind that we can respect all life, and even life that we can't even see in the physical dimension, because this is what we're probably heading into. I was thinking about Noah and, again, in the matter state, whether this is Grandma's chat or a made up story in a way, but in the matter state, there'd be no way you could possibly take two animals. I was thinking, or a pair of each, two elephants and two tigers and two lions and two hyenas and the rest of this. So, did Noah, what Mr. Keshe was saying, if you become perhaps a captain, and obviously Noah was a captain of some sort of ship, as he said, to transport 200 of you to a wedding on Mars would be not such an easy task. We got to get all the arms and legs and everything else in the right position. But perhaps Noah did the same thing where he took these entities as a captain on the soul level within himself and then transported them or allowed them to remanifest themselves after the water subsided. Could that be a possibility of Noah's Ark? Very similar to what Mr. Keshe is talking about, these captains or these pilots, which instead of transmuting 1,000 souls or 1,000,000 souls, you could basically put them inside of a captain and it'd be much easier for the transmutation. I'm thinking maybe that's, if that story was accurate, maybe that's what Noah did in a way. I don't think there'd be enough room on an ark for them all. Never mind the plants and the rest of it. But again, it just could be something that was put in there, as we see similar stories throughout different time periods, but the flood seems to be one of the main themes in a lot of these cultures. But I was thinking perhaps that would be the way to do it.
Well, we all know that we can cryogenically store sperm. And obviously, the sperm takes a lot less space than a person.
Correct, yeah.
Or an elephant, a lot less space. And a lot less mess, too.
Yeah, who's going to clean up after these guys?
Exactly, yeah. So that was why it was really hard. Even as a child, when I heard that story, it was hard for me. I was asking that question. But and then you don't need just a space for all the animals, but you need a space for the food for the animals. And of course, isn't that what we're looking at the spaceships? They are vessels and they carry people and they need the food and they need to take care of the waste. And then isn't this the way NASA organizes their space flight? So the majority of the space flights, of course, don't carry people, so they don't have to worry about that nonsense, right? But the point of the matter is that if you, in your example, are captain of the ship and you're taking a crew, like you say, of 200 people, and you go to another planet, and these people start to be warmongers on that planet, right? Like Christopher Columbus, right? He comes into paradise and he decides to destroy paradise. That just shows you what an idiot he was. And you would have to say, well, wait a second, how did you get that? Because you weren't born with that kind of maliciousness, were you? It was an acquired feeling. So what you have to look at is that after the Great Flood, humanity had this acquired feeling of warmongering. And so if you were the captain of that ship and you transmuted everybody to another planet, they would come with the same peace-loving intention that a baby has. But the difference is with Noah, if he were to bring cryogenically preserved sperm, that sperm would have to go through the same process of impregnation and growth and babyhood, childhood, adulthood. Whereas you, as the navigator of the plasma spaceship, you take adults and you deliver adults. You don't have to go through that transition from going from babyhood to adulthood, right? And so when would you acquire that violent stream? And so we understand that there's a threshold between the physical science and the plasmatic science that you cannot carry that trait. So the specific answer to your question, that if after the Great Flood that we had this acquired trait of warmongering, and with the plasma science you cannot transmit that trait, then we have to understand that there's something else going on. And from our point of view, when we think of colors, we think of something that we can manifest. But when you look at the universe, the colors that we get are delivered to us from the universe, and that's the difference. So when we're talking about the physical manifestation in the post-flood era, that's part of the physicality. And when we look at the transmutation from the plasma navigator, plasma captain, that's in the transmutation dimension. And that's the difference. Back to you.
Good. I don't think we've gotten the rest of the story yet. There's still more to fill in, I would think, from Mr. Keshe. As he said, we may get up to 5,000 teachings in the next 100 years. So there's much, much more to add to the
Well, I
knowledge,
think we're going to get
our knowledge.
a lot of teachings in the next few weeks, actually, because the game is changing.
You mean more than one a week?
No, we're talking about, I think, the intensity of the teaching, because we are definitely advancing, because all of the teaching, or let's put it this way, in my lifetime, all of the teaching was physical. And in order to understand the plasma teaching, we had to understand that there's an existence of that plasma reality. And we had to understand how that plasma reality actually affects us in our physicality and in our practical world. And as I say, we have to understand that we were born. So that's part of the plasma reality. And, I'm guilty as anybody that, I never questioned that, well, how I was born. Well, the reason I never questioned is I guess I got tired of the same answer. The answer was always, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Well, you don't know, please step aside, show me someone who does know. And that's where we're at. We are governed by a whole host of political leaders who don't know and don't want to know. And so that's where the limitation comes from. So is the academic community going to lead us into the wilderness, or, is the military going to do that? No. Is the Keshe Foundation going to do that? No. The only people who can do that is the humanity. When we start to realize that we're not Chinese, we're not Americans, we're not French, we're humanity. We're all part of the same family. And we all have our variability and our diversity. And it's wonderful. That's what makes life so beautiful. What a boring life would it be? Can you imagine if everything was colored gray? Wouldn't that be boring? Well, and that's part of one reality. That's unfortunate. So we are not in that reality. We're in a different reality. And so we need to exercise our knowledge and seek out the truth. And the truth isn't so much in outer space as it's within our inner space, because that's our sanctity, that's our home, that's our soul. And our soul will never lie to us. Our soul is our best friend. So the only way that we can operate in violation of the intention, the peaceful intention of the soul, is to ignore it. And we do that at our own peril. Because now we are no longer operating on behalf of humanity. Back to you, Mark.
Well, the soul certainly likes to play hide and seek. It doesn't always come out and share with us everything. So he might be playing the game of catch me if you can. And again, it's our responsibility to get back to our creator. I just wanted to say hello to Micah. I haven't seen Micah. Is there anything you'd like to share with us? It's been a while, I think, since you've come into the meeting, but welcome back. And if Micah doesn't have anything to say, I was going to ask Jefferson if there's any update on his car MagRav. I know you've mentioned it at least once, and you've had some very good feelings. I wasn't even aware that the Keshe Foundation products do not go into Brazil. Is that correct, Jefferson? If you're able to open your mic. If not, maybe we'll hear an update at another time.
Hi, Mark. Yes, yes, I can.
Oh, good.
Hello,
Yes.
everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Micah opened his mic too. Would you allow Micah to say a couple words, Jefferson, and
Yes,
come
of
back
course.
in? I'm looking forward to hearing from both of you.
Okay.
Micah?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson. No, we cannot hear you well. Either come closer or a better connection.
Is that better? Is
A
that
hair.
better?
Yeah, that's it. Now you've gotten
I'm
that
sorry, I don't
communication
have
line.
the greatest connection here, I guess. But anyhow, thank you very much, Mark, and greetings to all the Knowledge Seeker family. Very nice to be back here with you all. I'm definitely got a lot to catch up with. I've had pretty busy life, and I need to get back into all the teachings I've missed.
Yeah, it can be
But
all consuming, the matter state, can't it?
yes, it can indeed. But it feels good to be back with all of you, and I look forward to many more to come here very soon.
Great. Perfect.
Much love, everyone. Bye for now. I'll mute out.
Yeah, thank you. Jefferson, I guess you're up.
Hi, just back. Hello, everyone. Hello, Alex. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Well, I think that you have asked about the MagRav for cars.
Well, before I said that, I asked, are the Keshe products allowed to enter Brazil?
Well, in fact, the products that I have purchased, not at all. Only one product we got it through the custom service. We are trying to understand what has happened, but the things come to the customs service and the immigration taxes and regulations. They return to the. I have sent many documentations, but they said no, it is back.
Oh, return to sender.
Yes, return to sender, and we're gonna try again. I will keep a closer look and to see what's going on, but we don't know if it happens only with me. I'm not sure what really happened, but no problem. We know that the fields that we are learning are much more important to those.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, those things. So, but we'd like to, because these things normally we are buying to give it to the other people to give them to fill the fields of these products, so we can spread the brand and the technology, the knowledge in the correct way, direct from the the source, let's say.
Right. And
And that's
Brazil has a very advanced space program, as I understand it. So hopefully they'll get included in all of this work because they're quite right up there with probably one of the top space nations actually in the planet. So I'm sure they're interested in developing it further. And of course, the Keshe technology is the next step.
Yes, I believe so, Mark. The only thing that they are so concentrated in matter state.
Yep.
That's that the thing. When you go out from the matter state to matter maths and the principal matter transition and whatever, they just don't want to start again or something like that.
They're going to
They just
say, where's the spaceship? What do we get into with the new
yeah.
space program?
I was talking to a friend the other day. He said, "Yeah, but one day I will die. I will find all of this." I said, "Yes, for sure." So, what to say? Just to give the idea of this knowledge means each one have the own direction to follow. One of them may be interested in developing and go ahead, but normally just for matter state. They don't care matter development, but they don't care very much about.
Yeah, they think
as I
it's an
understand.
illusion. I think they just think it's just something you're making up or like not real because they can't touch it. They can't feel it, this
Yeah,
energy
yeah,
dimension yet, but they will. But
yeah, sure.
the reason I was asking you because you said you felt quite good with your car Magrav that you built yourself, as I understand it, and it's perhaps you'd like to share something about this car Magrav.
No, in fact, who has made the car Magrav was another Jefferson, is Jefferson Modesto.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a friend that it's studied a lot and developed a lot of Magrav products. I haven't done. I just have in my car a small, let's say, a spiral, nano spiral inside my car, and the water in the water for washing the wiper, and that's all. I don't have in my car. I have in my bicycle. I have some Magrav inside my e-bike, so it works fine. It is. The
But
bike
it
is okay.
changed a little bit of your emotion. Is that what you
I
reported?
think it changed the emotion of the people that I pass through.
Your passengers.
Not my passengers. I feel the where the cars pass.
Okay.
They feel good
It's coming
around.
in
They just
contact, the fields.
yes. I think so. Even my bicycle, when I go around, I feel that the people feel good when I pass by with the bike. So that's the reason I use it. We normally use it just to give it the best energy that we can. So we don't care about much about the saving or things like that. It's just to spread the fields and wishing that it reaches all that they need.
And of
Things
course,
like
you're
that.
one of the reactors. It's not just the coiled wire or the water. You're also part of the reactor.
Yes, we are the main reactor.
Hi,
That is
Jefferson.
just the tools. Yes. Hi.
Just to add another thing, I took the air filter and a brand new air filter and dipped it in the plasma water and let the air filter dry before I put it back in. And just to that kind of helps with the environment inside the cabin.
Oh, it's a good idea. Yes, I just spray sometimes in the car as well when the air conditioning system. I have water in my car, some spraying. In fact, I have a plasma water and the system everywhere that I go. I have a small breathing device that can snorkel kits, wherever you can go, those very small. Just put some like filters inside this small smelling, like for flu, that you can smell just the air, just put some drops of water. It works great because we inhaling, it's
Yeah.
faster.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
So
very nice.
you're
It doesn't
not
cost anything.
yeah, you're not looking to get 80 miles to the gallon or anything like that. You're more into bringing this device as an elevation for the others.
Yes, that's
Very
it. That's
nice.
it. I
Yes.
don't care. I really don't care about saving everything. We keep on looking at it just for sometimes to give a confirmation in matter state for those who wants to know. So you can have something to show them in the matter state that they also have some kind of results, because anyway the plasma, it depends on the environment, it becomes energy at the matter level, so we can interact and reduce a little bit but the intention absolutely is not that.
And
Just to
there's a whole nother line. Just think about people modifying. I mean, there'll still be many matter state cars. I don't know if everyone will have a hovering car, but can you imagine all the mechanics and things switching people in a way, putting the thing on the battery, a little coil or something else to make the battery, doing all these kind of small adjustments, but making a big difference in the operation and the environment within the car. So I think we'll have, Alex, wouldn't you think we'd have plasma mechanics as well?
Uh, yes, I, that is going to be a field that you can't believe how huge it is.
I think Rick might be heading that up. He's quite big into the understanding of the cars, and he's got magic hammers and everything else. He may have a whole assortment of plasma devices or things you can hang from your mirror. I mean, it's just, as I see it, the possibilities are limitless.
Well, just think about when you were a kid. Did you ever enter a soapbox derby?
I didn't, but a friend of mine did.
Does anybody, can you explain to the audience what a soapbox is?
Well, it's a piece of soap and you put some wheels on it and you try to go downhill. It's all gravity fed. No, you actually build a certain little go-kart in a way with some wheels on it, and you paint it or try to make it aerodynamic. It's normally a father and son type of project, or maybe an older brother with a younger brother, and the person gets in it and they have it on a hill and they just go down and see who can cross the finish line first. I think that's the way it's normally done, but they may have different heats. And then, of course, the final one with the top one from every heat, and then they go at it that way. It's very enjoyable. And many
No
people do
motor.
all kinds of tricks to try to get their car to slip through the wind and to resist the gravity. Yes.
But there's no motor.
No, there's no motor. It's all gravity fed.
So it's actually
A
half a
hill.
plasma car.
Yeah, you might say that. And that's what Mr. Keshe said you're doing with the MagRev. You're creating a limited flying machine. By reducing the weight of the car, it's easier to handle. It's less on the brakes, the less tire wear, and the rest of it. So there's a plus the environment that changes for you and your passengers.
Well,
So
if it travels at 5 centimeters above the ground, there'll be a lot less tire wear.
there'll be no tires, right? They may have those F1 formula things where you know how the car lifts off the ground when they go to work on it. That's all you need, unless it can just lay on the ground. I'm not sure. So again, that a whole world of people that are in that business. Obviously, you've got to keep the existing systems running, but then we'll add little devices into it. people will become, again, more familiar with some of the plasma technology and how it's used. So it doesn't matter if it's from the medical or the mechanical side or the farming side, the cosmetic side, it's going to touch the pet line. Again, this is going to touch every area of our lives.
Well, the transition has to come not the traditional way. The traditional way has been the fear of loss that overrides the desire for gain. And, you know, unfortunately, it looks like that's going to be the way that we're going to have to come in, because there is a tremendous fear of loss now on the planet. And maybe that's going to be the peace dividend.
Okay, anything else, Jefferson, you wanted to add or you forgot to include there for us? We appreciate you sharing.
No, Mark, it's okay. I just appreciate always to be with you all. I have not been so much present physicality, but I always with you all at the soul level. I've been doing so many different things that in the matter stated that we cannot avoid. Must we are living this in this planet to take part and to work in the matter state as well. So
absolutely, he said, yeah,
in a different way now that we can understand the strength and the power of this knowledge, and we can try to slowly, very small, but we can share. People at least think about get rid of the idea only for the religions and the faith and the eternal, let's say, competition between the religion and the science. And we know that the science now can explain the religion, the beliefs, and the beliefs cannot explain anything. That's the thing. So it's a nice journey. It's a very nice journey to take some time, but I think we will.
Well, thank you for all your contributions. As Mr. Keshe said, this is where science meets the soul of the man.
Yes. Thank you all.
Thanks, Jefferson.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, are there any other thoughts or questions someone would like to share? Otherwise, we'll bring this meeting. Alex, anything else you want to add? Or
Well,
anyone else?
I just have to stay within my own, you know, my own tiny little perfect world. You know, I'd like to come down and visit Jefferson in Brazil. I'm sure it's much warmer down there than it is here. But other than that, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. I'm honored and so grateful to be part of this whole process. I'm personally really looking forward to all the benefits that can come to the North American continent, because we've been suffering far too long, and what the last couple of years has given us a lot of time for introspection. And there's no doubt, you know, when I was younger, I was full of hope, and I watched the quality of life come down in our so-called, you know, first world community, as opposed to the third world community. And now, you know, we are in a critical state, and we're hoping we can make this transition. It's very important for our current status, our children, and the future generations, because one of the reasons that we're so proud to be Canadians and Americans and Mexicans is because this continent has always been a great beam of light shining on the world. And it's dimmed a little bit, shall we say. And so it needs to be restored. And thankfully, we are getting help from other continents, you know, with the knowledge seekers who are coming from all walks of life. And understanding that we're all part of humanity and contributing to humanity together.
And that was one of Mr. Keshe's conclusions in this workshop. Once man learns to put the energy state together with the matter state, it's going to be a beautiful life on this planet. But we've got some ways to go.
Exactly, Mark. So thank you so much.
Lisbeth?
Yes, yes, thank you. I annex little words. The point of most difficult problem for the people growing and elevate the all souls is because the people is fear and not believe in you. You is not believing in all the people not believe in you, not believe in you and you soul, not believe in all around you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, anybody need practice more detachment. And that you believe, you create. You create that you believe. So, but it's transition time, like Alex told. It's transition time is because it's transition for remember it. The all knowledge is inside us. But it's continue working and continue practice daily. But more practice is you think you good and you do perfect. Like Ito's the creator, like Ito's the Mitra, like Ito the Keshe Foundation.
Right. This is what Mr. Keshe keeps reminding us. The wealth is within you, not belonging to you. And this is where every man makes a mistake.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. But it's time for say thank you so much. Micah, happy birthday. And everybody is happy for listening to you again. And Diane and all people around the world. Thank you so much because all souls contribute the peace. Thank you for that. And please continue to elevate the souls permanently. Give freely our souls, give freely your soul, and the other soul got it when they need it. Thank you so much because we are the soul of the peace. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for all the work you do in the foreground, but even more work you do in the background. So we thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much.
As Mr. Keshe likes to say, we're all carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet. So however you want to contribute in a way to the Keshe Foundation, feel free to find a point that you'd like to work with. And I think there'll be many points coming up in the future. They're going to need all kinds of people with a little bit of knowledge in plasma. And that, of course, will extend and grow. I think Mr. Keshe has a few more surprises for us coming up as we move into this new dimension through the transition period. Anyone else like to make a comment or ask a question before we close? Okay, I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Alex, is there anything else you'd like to add? And then the meeting will come to an end.
You've done a great job, Mark. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. We're all doing a great job. I'm just going to take the screen and we will play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, support the store, and share the knowledge and technology because you're just laying down some seeds. And as they start to see it in the news and it's being reported and more articles written, they'll remember back. Not that they need to, and not to give you any credit at all. You're just sharing knowledge, as you will, as you travel across the spans of the universe in so many different ways and maybe in different dimensions as well. Okay, I'll play the final disclaimer if there's no other thoughts or questions or comments anyone wants to make, and the meeting will come to an end. All right, let me just get the volume up. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Have an amazing rest of your day. The next public meeting will be the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central European Time in the public Zoom room. And then, of course, the Plasma Reactor Group on Wednesday at 7 a.m. and the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which we always look forward to on Thursday at 9 a.m. Central European Time. And, of course, there's our channel on Vimeo. There's a couple of channels on YouTube. There's Keshe Foundation. So there's many, Spaceship Institute. So there's many different platforms. And then, of course, all the public language communities, which you can also be a part of. I appreciate Mosfeg joining. I think that's the first time we've had someone from Bengali in here. And of course, he's been a knowledge seeker for a long time. We met him in Manchester and in London and in Sanya. So he's quite familiar with the plasma technology, or at least aspects of it. And we thank him for all his sharing of knowledge as well. And feel free to join the Bengali community, as I don't know if he put it in the chat, but it's on Saturday, I think, with the public session, as we're all merging into this one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. And of course, the technology will help usher in the whole process. Thank you all. Again, have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll see you in one of the future meetings. Good night. Okay, I think we have a stuck video, but let's try to bring up another one if we can. Maybe, Alex, you're going to have to play the final disclaimer. Let me just see if we can try this again. All right, here we go. Huh. I guess I have something that's stuck. Alex, are you able to bring up the disclaimer again? Gee, usually it's the opposite way. I don't know why this will not start. Let me try one more time. And it's not getting off 0. Okay. I don't know what's causing it to not play. Alex, could you play the final disclaimer for us?
Okay, give me about 10 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. We're not rushing. I mean, we have patience. We're not in a hurry. I may need a backup for my backup. Okay, I think you've taken the screen. Let's just see. No,
right
you have not taken the screen, I don't believe, yet.
Take it right now.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
And
we see the disclaimer.
Gonna work.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.